On. Really like the shirt. The collar's a little weird though. Oy. I just read that. We need a summary of what we are summarizing. Okay, so yeah, my boss gave me some good feedback on stuff we can do to make the website itself better for GitBench. So that'll be good. Yeah, we'll do some of that today. We want to get the tests fully finished though, and I think we're close. I think we're really close. So let's echo the today command. And what's up, Sicario? How you doing? So the plan for today, we got more stuff to fix with GitBench, right? You know, some of the tests we fixed yesterday were good, but we uncovered a couple more fixtures that were a bit meh. We also have some feedback about how to make the site, you know, like the website part a bit better. And we also need to do some Masijo stuff while we're chilling, you know? So a lot of work to do. It's also the day before my birthday, so the whiskey will flow like the salmon of Capistrano. Yes, that's a Dumb and Dumber reference. And it's not an exact quote, because he actually says, where the water flows like wine and the women flock like the salmon of Capistrano. Aspen. Both of those things are wrong, right? You want the wine to flow like water, and it's birds that flock to Capistrano. But, yeah, that's what makes it so good. Anyway, so yeah, let's just get to it.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
And wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? You would like to be a jalapeno? Hold on. What's that joke from Always Sunny? Hold on, let me look this one up real quick. Jalapeno joke. Oh, excuse me. It's from the like the Chuck E. Cheese episode. What is a nosy pepper likely to be doing? Getting jalapeno business. Yeah, they said it wrong too. But yeah, Always Sunny in Philadelphia made it a slightly worse joke, but it's fine. All right, so the part we left off on. There are two high severity issues that they found in their adversarial review. So the first one. Oh, and I should refresh the Twitter chat. There we go. Okay, so yeah, the first one, I like their suggested change. Is it good? Yeah, it's great. It definitely like changes kind of tone over the course of the series. So if you end up watching like the first season and you're not a huge fan, jump ahead a couple seasons. But I will say like there's definitely like lore that you'd be missing out on, right? Like inside jokes kind of stuff. So I do recommend starting from the first season. I think you'll like it. But yeah, the I don't know. It's a show that's been going like 17 years. I believe it's the longest running sitcom of all time. Pretty sure. Let's double check that. I don't want to spread misinformation. Oh no, there's a British series. American sitcom. Yeah, live action, Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Yep. So yeah, it's a good show. I like it. I think it's funny. It's not a rape van, it's a spy van. Keep in mind though, all of the characters are terrible human beings, right? So they kind of like create their own hell because of how terrible they are. But yeah, I really like the show. I think at one point Danny DeVito bragged about like the average episode was like cost, I forget the number he said. Danny DeVito cost of Always Sunny episode quote. Uh, Cost of filming. So yeah, the pilot cost $85. That's one of the ones that I think. Here they're saying 200. Okay, yeah. So the $200 budget only covered the actual film for the handheld camera. It used no network restrictions and was shot directly in one of the creators' apartments. Yeah, I don't know. So it wasn't a Danny DeVito quote. My bad. Okay, so back to this bug. Yeah, okay, I like that. Yeah, the old YouTubers that have their own movies and stuff now. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, wind's picking up. I like it. Damn, I might even need a hoodie here in a bit. Yeah, I watched it on. It was good. I think Glasses found it funnier than anyone, which is kind of funny. You know, if you're gonna make someone laugh, at least make yourself laugh. Yeah, I like the suggested changes. All right, so this thing's kicking off. Hey, thanks, Swiss Tourist. It's technically tomorrow, but I don't know. It's a good birthday eve kind of situation. Honestly, we could bust out the whiskey anytime. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm bummed though. I woke up too late today to get tickets to Angine de Poitrine coming to Seattle. But they're playing at the Paramount, and the Paramount's a meh venue anyway, in my opinion. It's just a little too big. I like smaller venues. All right, cool. I think I want to try and have it do one more adversarial review, just to double check. Yeah, early birthday. Yep. That's a good amount. I like that one. All right. Am I into soccer at all? No, not really. I did watch a little bit of yesterday's game though. Like I was just chilling at a bar. I do think it was kind of odd. I guess it didn't knock the U.S. out of like the bracket or whatever. So the team they were playing, Turkey, does because they won, does that mean that they got in, or was it just for the love of the game? Because I consider that like a kind of a win-win. Like even though we lost the game, you know, if Turkey got in to like the elimination round, that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, I find maybe not the World Cup, but just FIFA in general. I think they allowed flopping and some of that like way too much. But I just like basketball even more because they are way worse about it. Like the flopping in the NBA is just unwatchable. Right? Like not calling carrying, not calling like double dribble or traveling. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, the sport has rules for a reason. And that's the craziest part, too. Like, they don't call the carrying and the other stuff for the sake of like the pace of play. Uh, and then they mess up the pace of play with like calling fouls for obvious flopping. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I could rant about how bad the NBA has gotten all day long, but let's do some other stuff. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, the adversarial review stuff is good. Wait, what's up, Swiss Tourist? They didn't make it to R32. Oh, okay. So that makes sense. And that's what they call it, R32. That's like the elimination round. So it's not like yesterday's game even mattered for USA. Yeah. I don't know. But okay, so let's just run the review of what we've done so far, at least. And yeah, let's get the marketing stuff going. All right, so we popped open Pi for this one. We don't need to archive any of this. Let's look at what's running in the app. Yeah, this is kind of BSy. Within a few minutes is maybe BS. Yeah. So we've got, I don't know. It's a little BSy. But this is what we need to do. All right. So for Masijo, we want to do OPSX Explore. All right. So yeah, the idea is that we want these things to be sorted better. How do we do that? Probably a sort order prop, which isn't the end of the world. Easy enough. And then let me read what Swiss Tourist said. So you're the top of your group. Last match was against Canada. You did a 2-1 Swiss win, but it was a party in the streets for exactly the allowed time. Cars honking, etc. And then almost like at the minute, it all stops. If you did some final noise, but it's like magic. Even if you don't enjoy the sport game, you get the 1 hour of crazy party in the streets. Rules bent, aka intentional noise is allowed. It's all very Swiss. Got it. If they kick the ball at the goal and it doesn't go in, does that make it a Swiss miss? Yep. That one felt good. That was a solid joke. All right, so let's see. Should frequently asked question categories share the same ordering logic? They have different category enums, so they'd need their own order config regardless. Okay, hold on. They had three options that I missed. So option A centralized config, feels like the sweet spot for our current stage. Categories are already an enum in the schema. They're a closed known set, not an open-ended list. Okay. Oh, and hold on. That was, yeah, here's the options. So yeah, centralized config file. There could be a folder level metadata. I don't know if I like folder level. We could just reorder the Zod enum. So yeah, I don't think we want to do D. Honestly, the enum is the order, and that would work for both docs and frequently asked questions. But it wouldn't do like individual like items in the list. Yeah, so that's why B would be interesting. Could hold other category meta. Ooh, I like the other category metadata. Yeah. Thanks, Moshiko. Yeah. Who was that? Was that Fallen? I think that was Fallen that did it. Could have been FP Jesta. I think I'm spacing on who. Like I'm picturing like the color of their name, and both Fallen and FP Jesta have that turquoise color, or like that. I don't know. It's like aquamarine or something like that. Yeah. Option C is clever but fragile. Option A feels like the sweet spot for the current stage. I do think richer metadata would be worthwhile. Okay, so one. Oh, let me get more music going. So for number 2, yes, I think we might show sub items in the sidebar at some point. Do we want category cards on the support docs index page to use the same order? Yes, we should. What about titles? And wait, is what a skill file? You're saying like this output you're seeing is the result of a skill. I'm not sure what you mean by is it a skill file? Is what a skill file? Use your words. Take it easy, Swiss tourist. What is what? What do you mean by it? What is it in this context? That's what I'm asking, Moshiko, and you're still being extremely vague. What is it in this context? Use your words. Right? So yeah, yes. The chat in the terminal? Oh, got it. Yeah. Sorry. For some reason, when you said chat, I was thinking like the chat overlay. Okay, no. So the thing that you're seeing here, let me just do this real quick. Let me respond to it, and then I'll explain what's going on. But the output you're seeing is the result of an OpenSpec Explore skill, right? So the point of the OpenSpec Explore is to take your input and then ask you questions to like figure out the alignment, right? It's almost similar to like Grill Me or Grill Me with Docs, because it'll look at your code base and like check things. So the idea is if you do this, right, you do the explore here, you would then create a proposal from that explore, and then you kill the context and use the proposal to actually do the implementation. That way the exploration does not interfere with, you know, like the prompting, right? Like the context. Right? The more shit you keep in context, the more it could derail itself by thinking some of its reasoning earlier was actually directions. So yeah, I would say check out OpenSpec. The main idea is this is a version of spec-driven development. And the specification idea is worthwhile. Even if you don't use OpenSpec, there are other frameworks like there's SpecKit from GitHub, there's OpenSpec, there's GSD, which is get shit done. There's the BMAD method, which is very close to like an agile flow. So you create like epics and stories and blah, blah, blah. You know, any one of these things may align with like an organization in a certain way to where, you know, it would fit better. It does feel to me like BMAD is one of those things where it's really only valuable at greenfielding. If you're going to jump into like a brownfield application, I'm not so sure it has as much value. Whereas OpenSpec is really good at greenfield or brownfield. SpecKit is also brownfield capable. I would say GSD doesn't feel as brownfield capable to me, but that could be slightly off. And if you're not aware of what I mean by greenfield and brownfield, greenfield is an application from scratch. Brownfield is like a legacy, already existing application. Really, Moshiko? I've been using OpenSpec for months. You just don't pay attention when you're here, I think. It's all right. It's fine. You're here for me, not the code. I get it. Haven't been here for a while? Bullshit. You were here just 2 weeks ago. I guarantee I was using this 2 weeks ago. Hey, what up, Andrew? How you doing? Do a kickflip. Yeah, how you doing, Andrew? Spicy. Yep. But yeah, it's fine, Moshika. I'm just having fun with you. And yeah, for anyone wondering where Andrew is, they're over on the Twitter chat. Needed some Chris to end your day? Yeah. Yeah, we're chilling. And yeah, Andrew, have you seen the thing I'm building? Get cracking. So yeah, gitbench.getkraken.com. It is currently just a few models tested, but the idea behind it is we can create a suite of benchmarks, right? So here's like our methodology, how it works, blah, 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 right? In the benchmarks, you can see that we're doing stuff like blame forensics, branch cleanup, cherry picking, commit messages, commit squashing, git bisect, and blah, 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 right? We're measuring how well certain models do things. And some stuff is counterintuitive, right? So in general, you might expect that structured output always improves the results. Well, that's not true. With DeepSeek Flash, it actually makes it worse. With GPT-5.5, it is slightly worse. And then some other models get way better with structured output, especially Claude. Right? Claude gets really good with structured output. So yeah, we're just, it was a thing I just started building because I thought it was fun and interesting, and we could make some like fun content around it. Like theoretically at GitKraken, we do Git stuff. So like in our AI, so figuring out what model we could do that the cheapest with would be useful. But also, yeah, I started showing people and talking about it, and my boss decided this should be our top of funnel, offering for this month, which is fun. So now I'm like, yeah, I'm fully like, it's not just a side project, it's like work, which is good. But fully open source, totally vibed, vibe coded to hell and back. But yeah, it's fun. And dude, this might be something you haven't seen that I'll show you too. Let me try and find it. Here you go. So basically, we have these benchmarks, and it turns out Nemotron Super is actually AGI, and people don't realize it because we asked it to resolve a merge conflict, and it decided that it would do the merge conflict resolution, and then it started writing a really dirty romance novel, like really dirty, like really, really, really dirty. And that's the most human thing I can think of, right? So here's the prompt we gave it, and then the response we got was the properly merged code. And then John slipped the key into the lock of his downtown loft, the faint hum of the city outside muffled by the thick soundproofing of the door. He tossed his jacket onto the chair by the entryway and kicked off his shoes, feeling the cool hardwood beneath his bare feet. The apartment was dim, only the soft glow of a lone lamp casting amber pools over the leather couch and the low-profile bed in the corner. He'd been thinking about her all night. Maya, the woman he'd met at the charity gala 2 weeks ago, whose laugh had echoed in his mind like a favorite song. And then you might think, oh, that's tame. Oh, that's really tame. It goes long. It's a really long response. And it did it a bunch of times, right? It did it a bunch of times. And it gets so dirty. I had to crop it just right, but oh my God. So yeah, Nemotron 3 Super is AGI. At high reasoning, low reasoning, and extra high reasoning on multiple different merge conflict resolution tests. Gnarly. Like, so gnarly, dude. So yeah, that was fun. So we had to spend a bunch of tokens figuring out how we wanted to scrub not safe for work content. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, like I'll be proposing talks around a lot of this stuff too. Yeah, exactly, Andrew. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, Nemotron is trained exclusively on Danielle Seal novels. Fifty Shades of Merge Conflicts. But yeah, so that's kind of what we're working on now. We're also doing stuff for my side project, Masijo. Just building out like the documentation BS. I don't know if that's the talk yet. I don't think that one's going to be the talk title. Yeah, exactly, Swiss tourist. Yep. Right? Like some of the oldest cuneiform and like cave writing and all that stuff is basically pornography. Yeah, 50 Shades of Merge Conflict Resolution. Yeah, I like that. That is a good talk name, but maybe that's more like just like the title on the slide. Right? That's just like one of the slides in the talk. But ooh, that does remind me. We do need to apply to several conferences. Git Merge is like the CFP ends this month, and JS Nation and React Summit also end. So just in case you haven't been tracking those, Andrew, figured I'd let you know about it. Any other ones you're tracking or planning on applying to? Because I do find that to be like tricky. Like, I always miss the spring like conferences because I do like the talks. Like, I do talks and conferences in November and I'm like burnt out on it. So then I never do the application for like the ones that happen in spring. But by the time spring rolls around, I'm like ready and raring to go for more talks. But yeah, all right, so let's finish this part. think we'll just let it clank along on this discussion so far. The thought I was going to add to it was we probably want to start thinking about internationalization. And yeah, I'm curious, does anyone have like a favorite internationalization library? Like I feel like that stuff changes more frequently than the last time I looked at it. I know one that was big for a while was I18 Next. I think there's what Localize is a big one too. What's the pricing? GPT 5.6 announced today. Too bad none of us will be getting it. Like announced or released? And I guess by released I mean like, do we think there's links or there's like tests on artificial analysis? No, not yet. Okay, just announced. And I know it's not going to be public, right? Like you're going to have to go through some kind of vetting process to get it. I'm pretty convinced that they're doing that because I don't think they have the compute available. Like as these models get bigger and bigger, they take more and more of like the data centers they have available to them. And because of that, like their capacity goes down with each new release. So I'm almost thinking like, is that something like Anthropic and OpenAI have almost like encouraged for just that reason? It's almost like how I feel about like Project Glasswing and like it's too strong for everyone to get, like, blah blah blah. So we can only do like enterprises that we invite kind of stuff. It's like, okay, sure, but really? I don't know. I think it's bullshit. Yeah, let's double check it. Oh, they're going with the weird ass names now. Sol, Terra, and Luna. Taking notes from Anthropic. Better call Sol. There you go. All right, so Terminal Bench 2.1. Luna performs on par with GPT 5.5. Okay. Of course, they're adding Max to it. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean, Small Knight? What do you mean by +2? And yeah, they're adding another ultra mode. Sure, got it. Let's look at the system card, I suppose. Okay. Interesting. So it kind of knows when it's being tested. Is that kind of the idea? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Interestingly enough. Yeah, exactly, Swiss. Like, yeah, it's not ideal. So 5-6 Soul has the highest benchmark cheating rate they've seen, even more than Mythos. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Hmm. So availability and pricing. The pricing looks pretty good too. Oh, on Cerebrus. Fuck Cerebrus. Yeah, yeah. They're just claiming the 750 here. Okay, so it'll be released out to people eventually, I guess. I don't see anywhere in here where they're talking about like the government doing the vetting. Very interesting. All right. All right, cool. So yeah, it's not on here yet. Damn, Amazon's model sucks. That's funny. Oh, did I miss it? Hold on, let me just double check. Oh, right here. Yeah, yeah. No, so it's not quite what you're getting at, right? They're going to release it out like more broadly. It's just the initial launch, right? They don't think it should be a long-term default either. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But so what? All right. So yeah, back to the question. So I guess hold on before I even do this. Astro I18N. So hold on. Does Astro I18N support static generation? Okay, okay. Okay, okay. So yeah, at some point we're going to want to internationalize Massijo, right? Now, technically, we're only allowing customers in the USA. I think we're doing that through Stripe right now. When does Stripe's merchant of record thing launch? Does it have to use link? Okay. Small Knight. Yeah, but how are they proving it, right? Like, I'm pretty sure the only reliable test would be a saliva test, and I don't even think that works that well. Yeah, roadside saliva test. Yep. But how long does it stick, right? Like, how long is it present in your saliva? And what up, Abdul? How you doing on YouTube, Mr. Sir? Depends on many factors, but the risk isn't worth it. Makes sense. I mean, you can always just do it at night, when you're home. But Abdul, what's up, man? Why'd you delete your message? Yeah. Anyway, so let's keep going. Let's get music going. Okay, so open questions before writing the proposal. Oh, I forgot how good this song is. Okay. Nathan and Claude, neither of you know what you're talking about, and you are both spiraling each other in this entire thread. I don't like the use of that word, but okay. Uh, I think I'm gonna start muting this dude. It seems like he's just throwing random bullshit onto any popular post. How do I unfollow this dude? Yeah. That's fucking gross, dude. I mean, no, Gerard Sands is real. This is actually him. He's a real dude. I've met him. He's the founder of Axiom. The fact that he's doing something this scummy is really fucking gross. Yeah, like, I'm never using Axiom ever because of that shit. Ever. Ever. Dude, so gross. You missed the boat because of price increases? Yeah, that happens, small night. Okay. And what up, Fallen? Fallen, I got a quick question for you. I can't remember if it was you or FP Jesta. Who did did you do the chat theme change? Because you both have like that light blue turquoise color for your name. So now my memory, and both your names start with F. And you're both mods. So yeah, my memory is a little fuzzy on who requested the chat change. Was not you, so it was Jesta. Cool. I just want to double check. Sorry. All right, so we're creating that. Let's go back to GitBench here. MacBook Pro M5 Max, $8,600 USD. What? Okay, that is 128 gig. Oh, you don't need the 4 terabyte though. You definitely don't need the 4 terabyte. But if you were doing it just for like tax reasons, sure, makes sense. But hold on. I'm guessing you meant M5 Max, right? Okay. And probably the 16. You probably want the fancy thing there. M5 Max. Bump that up. Yeah, you're already at 5K. Damn, dude. Plus $2,000 for that. You're not kidding. Oh, you are not kidding. Yeah, I don't think you need the 4 terabyte though. Yeah, dude, 71 hundo. Yikes. Yikes. Yep. Definitely got to go 1 terabyte though. 512 is just not big enough. Yeah, so this is what I'd be looking at. It's really not bad. Actually, hold on, wait. Did they update the minis with the M5 yet? I don't think they did, right? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, what I got is still pretty solid. I think we'll be good for a while. The Neo went up by $100. Interesting. You're still using your M1 Pro? Makes sense. All right, so yeah, 1, fix the issues. Yeah, sounds about right. And when you say DRAM cartel, you basically mean Samsung, right? Oh, and sorry, I missed some comments over on the YouTube. So yeah, Bone Circuit, they will do a limited M5 die, and then the M678 dies will be full model ranges and not limited. Oh, okay. M6 introduces new APU features. M1 through M5 are essentially identical bar ranges. RAM identical minus like the RAM amount. Got it. Besides like clock rate, you know. Oh, and Micron. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about Micron. Yeah, I saw that small night. Yep. Interesting bone circuit. And yeah, what's up, Rich? How you doing, Mister Sir? All right, so I think we can commit the changes after this part finishes. Bone circuit. What is the relevance of your comments? I'm a little unsure. No, Bone Circuit. It seems like you're spamming us. All right, and then 1 second. Hold on. Makes sense, Swiss tourist. Do we think Bone Circuit's a bot? What do you think, Rich? Yeah, fuck off, buddy. You're a fucking idiot. Later. What a douchebag. Yeah, I'm starting to understand what some of the other creators mean when they say how weird YouTube chat can get. No offense, Rich. But yeah, for every like one or two sane chatters over on YouTube. There's like 10 weirdos. It's fucking weird. Can't tell anymore. Yeah. I don't know if they're a bot or not. They're just insufferable either way. I hope for their sake they're a bot. Because if a person behaves that way, wow. Wow. Like, no wonder they got to troll random YouTube chats. All right. Yeah, sounds about right, Swiss tourist. Um, I would say 3:42 on a Friday is basically 5 o'clock, right? I think we could hop into a whiskey. Let's do that. All right, so let's archive the change that we just made. And hold on, we're doing this. All right, so Right? Like, am I really that far off? This is gross, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is gross. Uh, Hold on. Which axiom is it? Jesus. Axiom.co. All right, I want to make sure I'm not like doing the wrong thing here. That is him, right? Is it actually? I don't know, man. Why wouldn't he have Axiom on his LinkedIn? So that's a little weird. I don't know if it's worth tweeting. Hold on. Can I just save it as a draft? I don't care that much. We got the screenshot. We can do it later if I feel like being spicy. But, oh, and sorry, next tab. Hey, sorry. What were you up to on your stream? More WordPress stuff. Nice. Got anything fun you want to show us? God, yeah, I'm just so curious now. Is he actually the founder of Axiom? And hey, what up, Space Case? Been a little while. Yeah, so I don't know what the hell Axiom that other dude is. So, okay. I do know he's a real person because I have met him, but it's not the same Axiom. Not the same thing. So that makes more sense. So glad I didn't tweet that. What the fuck is Axiom? Does that just mean he works there? Founder? I don't know. Not sure. But yeah. Easy unfollow. But Yeah, Space Case, Mr. Sir. Yeah, I think I've misunderstood what Axiom that guy's a part of for a long time, which is interesting. But okay, so we want to archive this change. Yeah, awful startup name clashes, exactly. But yeah, next tab. What are you up to, man? I get it if it's late and you got to get going, but yeah, yeah. If you want to tell us a bit about the WordPress stuff you were doing, feel free. Let me know. But we are at a point where I'm going to rinse out this glass. We're gonna pick which whiskey we drink, and yeah, I got some glass bottle Coca-Colas. So give me a sec. Let me rinse this while this is running here. Okay. So I'm not sure which whiskey we want to drink today and which one we want to save for tomorrow. Because tomorrow's my birthday, if anyone is unaware. So we've got this Old Fitzgerald, which is delicious. We've got Four Roses Single Barrel and Four Roses Small Batch Select. And they're all about 100 proof. So I got a quick question. Hold on. Let's sync. This is GPT 5.5. Okay, it's different flavor profiles. Sure. I guess small batch select is the fancier one. Oh, they're about the same price at Costco. Small batch select it is. Or should we save the small batch select for the birthday? Definitely a birthday whiskey? Yeah. All right. All right. So now it's down to single barrel or Old Fitzgerald. I just want to see what people say. Yeah, single barrel works for me. Okay, so what was the question? Sorry. What harness am I using for my agents? It depends. So I use Codex for GPT-5.5. I use Pi for my Olama subscription, which is typically like right now it's GLM 5.2. And I'm using OpenCode for my Minimax subscription. Just because I don't like changing models, like within a harness. It's just a hassle. Four Roses is a good whiskey. Yeah, I like the yellow label. Honestly, if Costco sold the yellow label, it'd be the only whiskey I bought. Or I guess buy, because it's future imperative. You haven't used Codex yet? Makes sense. So you've been using OpenRouter to try out new models? Sure. I find the Olama subscription really good. So if you haven't noticed or seen that they have like a cloud subscription, it's pretty good value. Yeah, exactly. Space Case. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of Claude. I don't think Opus is that good of a model. Ooh, ooh, yeah, that's good. That's really good. Yeah, if OpenCode Go works for you, then sure. Not a big deal. I hit my OpenCode Go limit like for the month within like 10 days. Yeah, for sure, Fallen. Yep, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, they're both good bourbons. All right, so back to it. Let me get more music going first, actually. Let's do some crunch. Yeah, let's do some crunchy music. Ooh, and hold on, let me just share this with work. All right. Okay, hold on. So today he tried again, but you wrote a rule and installed audit D, so now it auto closes and firewalls the host from outbound. You added a troll to reboot the VM after 10 attempts. Was a good drive home. You were laughing. It's all in good fun, but you told him that he needs to stop because saying my VM is rebooting will get people will get suspicious and he'll have to mention it. Yeah. Right? So yeah, it's one of those things where like because you guys are friends, he's not taking it with the gravity that it needs. And that's tough, man. That's tough. And also like, dude, it's kind of important not to exfiltrate potentially harmful information, you know? Okay, so we did that. Let's get Codex back up and running. Um, sure. Yeah, we'll update. Why not? How's the marketing thing going? Yeah, I mean that is cool, Fallen. Like that's pretty awesome. So worst case scenario, if you have to defend it, it could be like, well, he's helping me red team my, sock stuff. If it does become like a thing, but there's probably a better way to do that. All right, so we're going to apply that spec that we just created over here. Okay. That's pretty cool, man. And yeah, Space Case. You still playing a bunch of Arc Raiders? I haven't played that game much. Any other games you're getting into at all? Oh damn. Dude, it's getting chilly. Hold on. Let me go grab a hoodie. Oh, I got one right here. Oh, yeah, it is getting chilly. Boy. Hmm. Windrose and a bit of Pal World. Oh, nice. Yeah, we do sometimes play Pal World as a group on Saturday nights. Yeah, we're also playing V Rising. Not sure if that's a game you're into. And there's always PoE 2 as well. But yeah, Windrose? I've never heard of Windrose. Let me double check what that even is. Oh, it's a pirate game? It's a survival game. Okay, okay. Oh, published by Pocket Pair. That's the company that's behind, that publishes Pal World 2, right? Oh, that sounds awesome. And it's not bad. That's really not that expensive. Well, shit. Let me just add it to my wish list so I don't forget about it. Oh, I'm not logged in. Whatever. Good enough. Good enough. But yeah, no, that looks good, man. Is it something where you can like host your own server? Very cool. Ah, that's a bummer. Yeah, I'd probably end up just I'd probably end up hosting it just on what's the name of it? Shit. Server.pro. Oh, that's right. Yeah, pricing, there we go. Maybe. Requires AVX2. Interesting. All right, anyway. So, we're here in Codex. We probably want to apply a change, but I'm not sure which one we want to do. And we should probably read it a bit. Oh, that's gross. Yeah, let's just kick it off. Oh, so brainless. Yeah, so you've played it before. Okay, yeah, interesting. That could be a game that we opt into as a group after that. You like the pod episode? Nice, thanks, Alex. Didn't seem too like shilly for Gitkraken, right? But still, like, you know, some good chatting there, right? Oh, that makes sense, Space Case. And what's up, Memphis? Waiting for your group to get into it? Got it. I wonder if that's something I could run, right? Like the server. I wonder if I could run that on my old Mac Mini. Like, does it even need a GPU to run the server? I don't think it would, right? Oh yeah, no worries, Memphis. Yeah, I mean that's one of the best parts of streaming, like discovering tools together. And yeah, technically, like we should be thanking the Code Drift because they really pushed on. They really like pushed me towards OpenSpec as well because they were using it. So yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'd just end up doing that then, Space Case. Yeah. Is there a limit on how many people can play if you're doing like the host thing? And I guess here's another question: is there modding? Oh, character progression and inventory can be transferred. Oh, that's even cooler, dude. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I think that could be our next game, Brainless. I mean, we got a few. We got to finish V Rising first, right? It'd be nice to like finish up and get to endgame for Pal World. So yeah, like you know, it'll be a while. No, that's fine, Space Case. I was just curious. Max level in 3 different worlds on Pal World. Yeah, yeah, same. But there's still like even at max level, there's still a bunch of stuff to do, right? Like summoning, you know, like summoning the monsters using the tablets or whatever they are. And yeah, like fighting and beating them is like, dude, it's pretty fun actually. We got that far, me, Algo Bro, Acorn, and Robotic Head. Breeding and maxing out traits. Eh. I mean, you kind of get to that earlier, in my opinion, right? Like, you know, just getting the Jetragon with all the stats is worth it, you know? Like I do that way earlier. Like we're not even maxed out level on our current one. But yeah, we got maxed out Jetragons. And they're so fast, dude. Like they're so fast that like flying with them and then turning, it like drifts. Like it's crazy. It's like you're drifting a car in a racing game. All right, so yeah, this one kicking along. $21 findings? Are you fucking kidding me? Uh, Legend and or Swift, Demon God, and Vampiric. Ooh, yeah, I guess I haven't seen Demon God and Vampiric yet. I don't even know if I've seen Diamond Body either. So yeah, that makes sense. Ah, okay. What the fuck, dude? GLM, what the fuck, dude? Are you guys seeing this? Hardly working. What? Hold on. Do we have handbrake? We do. Okay. All right, so they put it in the movies folder. All right, so yeah, that is pretty funny to me. Let's try this again. Hell yeah, Owen. It sounds like a bit much. Are you modifying your resume specifically for each company? Because if you're not, you're fucking up. Right? If they are looking for, like, look at the company. You are. All right. Just making sure. Make sure you're matching all the keywords they look for, all that bullshit. Right? Make sure you have the various technologies they're looking for and all that bullshit. Right? More and more these days, companies are using AI or other automated systems to make sure that your resume matches, right? So if you're not hitting the keywords that they have in the thing, you're fucking up. And yeah, space case, like 10 a day is not, like, I really doubt you were tailoring your resume to every company, right? That spray and pray approach is just not valid anymore. $1,500 apps, 68 interviews. I agree, but that sounds a lot like a spray and pray approach that does not work anymore. Yeah, I get it. Even last year, they were still scanning, like, all automated systems need to do is keyword matching, right? What percentage of the keywords got hit? Kind of bullshit. But yeah, I'm glad it worked out for you, though. Well, that's why I'm saying 6 a day is actually a bad idea, right? Honestly, like 1 a day is fine. And in general, I kind of find that like effort gets effort. So like taking the time to do it right is probably worth it. But yes, it's a tough world out there, so I get it. There you go. Nice. No, and I get it, Space Case. I get it. I don't know. That's a risky it's a risky approach, man. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Okay, so we definitely want to fix that. What is the should consider thing? So yeah, this right here. More music first though. Dragon, you like music? Sure. Let me double check something here. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I always thought, or not always thought, I had it in my head recently that this was only for like null coalescing, not for undefined. So yeah, I've had that wrong for a little bit. Okay, cool. Just double checking. All right, so All right, so then how's this one doing? Or another beverage, too. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? Any fun plans for the weekend? I think I'm going to finish re-gripping those golf clubs and maybe try and take them to the driving range on Sunday morning. Maybe tomorrow morning. I don't know. We'll see. And yeah, we got any golfers out there? Doesn't mean you have to be good. Just curious if anyone out there plays. Nobody? Not a single golfer out there of 50 people? That seems statistically impossible, but not really. It actually seems kind of rare. I don't know that many. I don't know that many people in tech that play golf. All right. So, what are the two things that they uncovered? Hmm. Yep. Fix the issues. All right. So this one's still ticking. How are we doing on our quotas? And Threve Prime. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, what are we up to on your stream? Looks like you were trying some 3D modeling for game assets for your upcoming cozy game. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Do you ever watch Lana Lux? She does some really amazing like asset uh packs or whatever. Yeah, she's great. You're ever curious about like seeing other people's like 3D modeling techniques, etc. Like it's cool watching her just like start from scratch and build up something interesting. Yeah. I'm not saying like use the packs. I'm just saying like watching her technique and how she goes about the process. I think it's really fun to like see that because there's only so much you can do from like tutorials. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Are you familiar with Lana's stream? If not, I'm happy to shout it out. But yeah, what did you try to make today? And yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, the thing that we are working on is we got 2 projects. Our today command has links to both of them. All right, so gitbench.gitkraken.com. I work at GitKraken as a developer advocate. And I've been building this thing called GitBench that evaluates how good models, like, LLMs are at doing Git things. Right? So it's a bit of like knowledge development, thought leadership kind of content. And then Masijo is my thing. And it's a way of monitoring for like keywords on social media so that you can maybe like reply to messages or slide in to a thread that's talking about like one of your competitors and how someone's upset with it and what you might do better and blah blah blah. So yeah, it's fun. And you are making a cozy food truck simulator. Oh, that sounds fun. All right, so yeah, we'll quit this, restart it. So yeah, mainly a software engineer, not a game dev, so it's a fun learning experience. And my projects seem cool. More the type of thing you like. Yeah. What kind of engineering do you do? What is that windmill icon? Oh, TwitchCon Europe. Oh, cool. Makes sense because it was in the Netherlands. The windmill. I get it. Okay, that's funny. Right? It's in Amsterdam, yeah? I think it is. It has been in the past, at least. Rotterdam. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I feel like it's been in Amsterdam in the past. But okay. That's still in the Netherlands, though, right? Oh, Holland. Oh. Oh. I guess I never put it together that Holland is the Netherlands. That makes so much more sense now. It's like I smoke weed or something. Yep. Okay. Next year is going to be in Berlin. Oh, that's cool. Oh, wow, that was fast. Okay, so we don't need to do the archive thing. And yeah, hold on, did I miss it? Oh, yeah. What kind of software dev do you do? Full stack stuff for clients who need tools and mobile with the latest big project. Nice. Ooh, to update or not to update? That is the question. Yeah, we'll leave it for now. All right, so and let's do an explore on this one. So, biggest work you've done was like 2 years at a private hospital for managing patient data and contracts and all that stuff. Gnarly. Yeah. That sounds anything to do with HIPAA. And I guess, right, like you're in Europe, so maybe you don't have HIPAA, but I bet there's something similar, right? Right, just about like managing patient data. Anything dealing with that scares me. Even though I did work at a life insurance company at one point, we definitely had to be like HIPAA compliant. But I was just on the front end. I was the only front end engineer on that team, right? Like they had others throughout the company, but like this was like a startup within a life insurance company. Makes sense. Yeah. No, like we had like 4 or 5 people on the back end. I was just the only front ender. And I do back end stuff in my own stuff, like, side projects and all that, but like career wise, I've been primarily front end. So yeah, 2 years ago, you were in your last year of university, had to fix something in the main website where the previous dev had leaked all patient data who had come there for COVID tests. Yikes. That's not good. That is really, really not good. Yeah, exactly, Cotter. You saw that. Is Olama any good, by the way? So, I mean, Olama has a cloud, right? So the Olama cloud pricing it gives a lot of value, and I like it better than going like directly to a model, right? Like you could pay for ZAI or Minimax or you know I'm spacing on names now, right? Like you could do any of those directly through them, but I like this because as new models come out, it's still the same subscriptions. You're not juggling any of that. Kimmy is the one I was thinking of, right? So yeah, basically just the idea of, if it says cloud, you can still go to the cloud for these. And yeah, GLM 5.2 is quite good. And sometimes it massively hallucinates, but, you know. And by hallucinates, I mean it got into a weird loop. Let me do the beast guy. Right? Like it just did a bunch of exclamation points for no reason. That's the first time we've seen it do any of that, which is funny. But yeah, I like the Olama subscription because for $20 you can reliably get a lot of value and usage out of the open models, which is nice. I still use codecs for things that where the output really matters. So yeah, like I'm currently juggling the Olama subscription, the codex subscription, all at the $20 tiers. And then there's also like a Minimax subscription that I don't know. I just like supporting them. But one thing to remember about Minimax versus GLM is that Minimax has vision capabilities. So even though GLM will beat Minimax on a bunch of things, or yeah, GLM will beat Minimax on a bunch of things, Minimax's ability to do vision stuff is pretty awesome. Yeah, I think Claude is actually kind of a terrible model. like Opus, it's really not that good. Right? Like as an example, with text output for get things, Opus is like the one of the worst scoring models, right? Like it's just barely better than Devstral. It's worse than Nemotron Nano in our like get measurements. Now, these are just a tiny set because we are still iterating on some of the tests or benchmarks or whatever, which means that, we would have to rerun all the models again as we change those. So that's why we're only doing a small subset. And technically, like the cheap are pretty good. Like good enough for like iterating and making sure we're doing stuff right. But I added Opus and GPT-5.5 just for like I've got my coworkers kind of like evaluating what we're doing with some of this stuff, and I figured it was worth adding that just for like context. However, if you then switch to JSON output, Opus actually gets way better. So there's something about just like text versus structured output. The structured output, the way they do the structured output is it's actually like tokenized. So yeah, just that little bit of like guardrails from the structured output allows Opus to perform way better, which is really interesting to me. But structured output doesn't always improve every model. So Devstral, it does improve, but like DeepSeek, it gets worse, which is weird. GPT-5.5, the JSON is just slightly worse. So yeah, some of this stuff is pretty compelling, like just, you know, just unintuitive. All right, so there we go. And yeah, so three, do you use AI much in your software engineer stuff? All right, so then back to this. A taximeter. I was like, what is a taximeter? I get it now. Sure, that makes sense. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. I think that's smart. Yeah, I still do like for Masijo, we're using AI for like the marketing site bullshit, like, docs and just other things, but I still haven't like let myself turn it loose on the application or the backend code. So yeah, basically if I really care about something, I'm not doing that much with AI, but then there's all sorts of other things where like just vibe slopping it up totally works. And in my opinion, that criteria of when I would vibe slop it versus just like caring, it really has to do with like, does it have clear inputs and outputs, right? Like as long as we can validate what goes in and what comes out of it, the stuff that happens in the middle can be a black box, right? There's definitely like things for that where it's fine. But yeah, like for building like a full on like software as a service and some of those things, I think the boundaries are way fuzzier, and that just leads to way more unexpected output. All right, so we're gonna archive this. You had an interview lately at an AI first company, and it did kind of scare you. Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely like a bit of hyperbole and hype and just bullshit around like the whole AI is going to take our job stuff. But if you're like intentionally abstaining from AI for philosophical reasons, that doesn't make any sense to me, right? That's like people being like, oh, syntax highlighting? A good engineer doesn't need that, which is the most insane thing I can think of. Not the most insane thing, but it's up there. But there are people that used to say that with syntax highlighting, with IntelliSense, with all sorts of like auto completion and stuff in their editor. Those people have never been worth listening to. But it's also like, dude, the AI Zoomers are also not worth listening to. Right? There's so much bullshit being peddled out there. It's really tough to understand, like to get a good understanding of what's actually valuable, you know? And hold on 1 second, Swiss tourist. I'm curious, what's the deal with the dash dash, Swiss tourist, right? Like, why is that valuable instead of just a period? Sounds like more effort to me. It's like all the people like defending M dashes, right? Yeah, that's what a period is for. Like, dude. Yeah, that's what a full stop is for. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, but dude, the people who are like, "Man, I'm pissed at AI for taking my beautiful M dash away from me." And it's like, "Really? I never saw you use an M dash before AI started doing it. Why is this some like philosophical like hill to die on?" You know? I find it quite ridiculous actually. Yeah, exactly, right? It becomes this like crazy weird philosophical argument that I think is absolute bullshit. All right. A little bit of evidence. All right. At least one person. Yeah, at least one person actually did use M dashes. Not nearly as much as they claim, but you know, I just figured it was worth checking. All right. But yeah, hold on. So let me read your thing. So do I know why model providers, harness providers, do not provide indicators to the model of context window used remaining or a notion of it getting tight? It's one of the things you've been thinking of adding in your system in more general sense, not only on when getting tight, but even thinking in ratio context. Um, so I feel like I don't know, Swiss tourist. I feel like some of these tools are aware of like the remaining context because I've absolutely had, and I'm trying to remember which one it was now, but I've absolutely had like larger open spec changes get like split up, you know? Where it's like, hey, this is a good stopping point. And it's like, oh yeah, cool. Let me just like stop and restart. And they also like, dude, a lot of the models will do auto compaction. Or not models, but harnesses. So yeah, like how could they know that it's time for auto compaction unless they're context aware? So I think a lot of the harnesses actually do have that in some way. Yeah, I know for a fact I've seen, I think Codex and Claude do auto compaction. No, but like, how could they possibly compact something if they run out of context, right? So just clearly based on that, they have some kind of buffer of knowing when they're approaching. Well, they don't necessarily say it, they just auto compact. They just do it. But they would have to have room in the context to generate the compaction. So they have to be aware of when they're approaching that buffer. I've definitely seen Claude CLI and Codex CLI do that. No. But that's the thing, Swiss tourist. How could they compact things if the thing is maxed out, right? Like, how can you compact something if you're maxed out because they have a maximum, right? There has to be a buffer for them to actually do the compaction, right? To like analyze what they got and take the stuff that matters out of it. They're absolutely doing that in their harnesses. There's no way auto compaction could work any other way. Like, there has to be a buffer. They have to be aware. You think the admin sends the command? When you say admin, you think it's like a request response thing from the server? Maybe? I don't know. Why? Why would they do that when they have the data locally? No. If you hit the limit, then you're done. There's nothing you can do, right? Because you can't send the context to the model to get back the compacted version, right? You have to have room. There has to be a buffer to allow the auto compaction to do something. So you're not hitting the limit, right? I don't know, man. Hey, what up, Sammy? How you doing? I feel like in the past I've seen I've seen like part of this buffer be like reserved. When did you get a sub? My guess is it was just a gifted thing like the other day or something. You should be able to find out. Codex never? I don't know. I don't tend to hit my codex limit. I don't know, Swiss tourist. You're the one that asked me. Like, I don't know, dude. Seems like, don't ask a question if you're just gonna, you know, just disregard the answers. Yeah, I don't know, man. Pretty sure I've seen OpenCode do it before, too. Hold on, hold on. And a nice Jason Torres is speaking. Hell yeah. Our today command sums that one up pretty well. But yeah, hold on. Oh wait, hold on. Let me reply to this one. All right. So, 1 second. Yeah, no worries there, Three. Have a good night. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. Thank you again for the raid. Okay. So now let's get codecs going again. We've only got the one change left, so we should be good there. I don't think it'll use up the rest of our 22%, but we'll see. And let's go back to the marketing BS. All right, let's double check. Did we fix it? Will it blend? Yeah, so we're going to want to modify a bit more. I don't think I like the how-to, like, I don't think I like the badges. Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. Yeah, I'm a collector. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, I feel like this is decent. Oh, that's fine. Twitter does sometimes, or not Twitter, sorry, Twitch does sometimes like lose the follows. I think it's part of their like anti-bot stuff. So yeah, no worries, man. Not a big deal. And yeah, I feel like hold on. Yeah, that's where you okay, so yeah, you discovered this stream from Hypnotic Games. Yeah, they're awesome. Sorry, hold on. Got it. Alright, there that is. Just making sure. The beanie doesn't fit right. Or that well. But I've had worse. So yeah, that makes sense. All right. So yeah, I think we've got a good starting point here. We'll call that fine. All right, let's double check on some of this. Oh man, 12% left, eh? Not ideal. Not ideal. When does that reset? Like 2 hours. Ooh. But I think if we get this finished, we can always just wait those 2 hours and get GLM kicking on this stuff. And yeah, technically we do have credits just in case we go a little over. Tried Claude Design, used up your limit in 30 to 40 minutes, twiddled your thumbs for the next 4.5 hours. Yikes. Is that the $20 plan, or is that like the big bad $200 plan? Ooh, what's the weather looking like for Seattle, real quick? Okay, yeah, Sunday should be good. Oh, spicy burp. Got a little bit of that acid reflux. Um, All right, so we found one issue. It's a medium issue, right? Active Delta adds a contradictory requirement instead of modifying the existing one. Okay, yeah, fix it. Let me get more music going. And I'm curious. Let's try and validate that Codex does auto compaction, right? Right? So there you go. Yeah, see, it's the Swiss tourist. If you're out there, yeah, I just wanted to validate it, you know. I thought I've seen it do it before, but I typically am not hitting that limit very quickly. But yeah, other people are saying it does. I don't know. Oh, wait, didn't you? Wait, what? Claude maybe, Codex never. Right? You literally said that. What was I saying out loud? Again, how would it perform auto compaction if it's over its limit? Right? The limit would be hit and there would be no way of compacting. It has to send the context to the model to have it compact. If the context is full, how does it do that? I'm not sure. I feel like we have seen that before. I feel like we have seen that before. Hmm. No, I think you're maybe... I think you're going a little too deep into like thinking what aware means in this context. Like it doesn't know that the thing it's doing is going to consume more of that context. It just needs to hit a buffer and realize it's getting close and do the thing. If it knows that it's hitting that getting close whenever it does the auto compaction, that would be it being aware. Right? There's no way to avoid half-done work because it doesn't know how much the work is going to be. So it just has to do it when it hits a threshold. How does it know that it hit that threshold? It has to be aware of the context. And I don't think it's coming back from the response. Does it do the compaction itself, or is it an external LLM doing it? It would have to do it itself. No matter what, it has to send the context to the model to be able to compact it. Right? That means that it can't possibly add to the context if it's at the limit, right? Because it would be over the limit by adding the, hey, let's compact this thing, right? It's just a prompt. Compaction is just a prompt. If it's at the limit, how could it add that prompt to get the compaction going, right? So it has to do so before it hits the limit, which means it has to be aware of its limits. The what triggers it? Itself, when it's hitting a threshold of remaining context. Like, that's literally what I'm telling you. Like, and I don't see why they would have that come back as part of the response, because the request response is like, there's a specification for these things. They're not going to add a prop willy-nilly. You can inspect the responses. You can Wireshark this shit if you want. Yeah, why wouldn't it? Like, it knows it has more work to do. It's not certain if it can get that work done within the buffer that it has. Thus, it triggers compaction. Right? At like a logical stop, because, you know, the reasoning that we're getting back is separate. That part right there seems like it doesn't know how. What is informing that statement? That's the difference between the harness and the model. The model is unaware of the harness. The model doesn't know what harness it's being run in many cases. Like, there's the system prompt, sure. But that's about it, right? Like, the harness is the thing that has to know this. So maybe that's what you're getting at. But you asked your question as the harness, not the model. You technically said both, but the only way this could be is the harness knowing that. Again, the model is unaware. The harness is the thing that's aware. The model does not know. But you asked about the harness. So I think you're conflating harness and model in the way you're trying to understand this. What? Swiss tourist, please stop typing like a fucking LLM. Please stop typing to us like we're an LLM. It's really annoying. I don't know what those tildes are supposed to mean. Why 3 of them? Yeah, exactly, brainless. I get it, but you've been doing it in other ways too. Right? Like the big long messages you were sending earlier were really annoying to read. Not because they were long, but because it felt like slop. Right? Like the double commas. You know? 1 tilde around indicators, you know? Why a tilde on indicators? Why the comma chameleon? I understand what a tilde means in normal context when dealing with numbers. Why a tilde on the word? Where is it? I think I lost it. Right? Why on the word indicators? Like, what does a tilde around the word indicators mean? No, I'm not just taking hits, dude. I would like it if you could talk to us like a person. This is pure fucking slop. And why the double commas? You do it multiple places. It's weird. Okay. But yes, the tilde is for numbers. If you're unsure, the right way to be like, to show that you're unsure is something like indicators. Right? I don't know. Swiss tourist, you're normally pretty cool. You're seeming oddly combative right now. No, I use all sorts of stuff. I use codex when it's something that I want done properly. where I don't want to like go back and try and have to fix it as much. It's fine. Just try it. Why? Why are you scared to try it? That's a ridiculous statement. Just try it, guys. It's $20. Just try it. Why would you leave the decision about that to someone else? Jesus. I don't mind the curiosity, dude. You just seem like yeah, I don't know. Something seems off about you, Swiss tourist. He will defend your ground and statements. What? Like, I don't know, dude. No, Swiss tourist. Like, I don't necessarily want to move on until we've figured this out. Like, what's the deal, dude? And again, the dash dash is really annoying. Yes, you can just use a period. That's not even the proper usage of an M dash. All right, so hold up. We're having a conversation, dude. What do you mean by taking hits? Like, I don't know, Swiss tourist. I think you need to get some sleep. I don't know, dude. And that's fine, Swiss tourist. Yes, we totally can. I don't mind a sidetrack. Sidetracks are fine. But you were dismissive earlier. Now you're changing your story about what you actually said. It's weird. It's weird, man. And you're getting odd, like really defensive about taking hits. I don't know, man. Something's up. All right. Anyway, yep, we're using GLM. It's fine. It's definitely not frontier level, in my opinion. Hence this tweet. I have not seen Claude or Codex do anything like that. All right, so this is archiving. Yeah, we use the Olama subscription. All right, BRB, let me grab some ice cubes and a soda. All right, I'm back. Alrighty. Leftover pizza? Sounds good. Mmm. Actually, yeah, talking about food reminded me I need to rotate the chicken so it thaws better. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna do some teriyaki chicken tonight. Okay, so something kind of meh. I'm not a big fan of that commit message. Oh, that's why that's messing up. That makes sense. I've done that a few times with the $sign. That was a huge mistake. Ooh, hold on. We'll do that as a separate one. Sure. Archive latest open spec changes. And what's up, Jancito? How you doing? And hold on, let me just update this. All right, so now let me double check something. That's what I thought. Okay. All right, cool. So we got that commit amended. All think that's it. It's not the end of the world if that's a bad commit. It was just for the contributing file. But okay, so now what we want to do is we want to explore some changes to the front end. Now, what was the feedback? And then hold on, the scale. Yeah, let's double check on what they meant. So if we go to overview here, the scale of cost per full run. Yeah, I don't think we can change the scale. Right? Like, we need enough room for the whiskers to go up, right? Yeah, I don't think we can change the scale there. So that part's fine. So what labels would be valuable? And how is it not intuitive, I guess? And then for the benchmark matrix, oh yeah, the labels are dead. I'm not sure what that feedback means. All right, so I think we need to add labels to the graphs in the web UI. This was something someone requested. I'm not sure what labels would have value. And yeah, comma is incorrect. All right, so it should at least maybe understand a little bit about what we're trying to do here. Let's continue looking at what we got over here in the marketing site now. Oop, not what I wanted. All right, so we probably need even more images for the docs. And let me double check on this. Yeah, we want more screenshots. Okay. So hold on. Yeah, I'd say all 12 are probably good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, all 12 look good to me. All right, so yeah, there was a massive mistake there. And yeah, welcome back, Memphis. GLM52 can check screenshots? No, it can't. But it can take screenshots. Because that's agent browser material. So it just simply needs to like understand the code enough to know which elements need to be captured. Yeah, Minimax M3 also can understand screenshots. All right, so then let's think about this. One, my boss requested it, but it was not an order. Just a suggestion. And what up, Abu? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Let's get another album going. Is it your 9-month sub? Because that doesn't show. All I'm seeing is the 6-month has entered month 2. But I guess by 6 months in, you should probably be thinking about a name, right? Makes sense to me. Nine months total? Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah, if I click your name, I see it. That makes sense. I don't know. I mean, it's your baby. You're the one carrying it to term. I trust your judgment. Think about something universal. Well, is it a boy or a girl? Right? And if we're thinking universal, what about Haley, like Haley's Comet? And I know that's not the kind of universal you meant. Oh, yeah. Plus, I have a massive crush that I've maintained for like 20 years at this point on a girl named Jasmine, so makes sense. That would work too. You have a crush on a girl named Haley. Well, either one works. All right, so we'll create that proposal. All right, so hold up. Let me check something. Oh, and we archived all of our tasks. Yeah, well, let's at least update. How do you run multiple agents on OpenSpec tasks? You mean like sub agents? I haven't really been doing that. But maybe you're saying like just like multiple like specs in tandem. And to do that, you would be using work trees, right? So a tool that abstracts the work trees for you is probably worthwhile. And that's the thing I'm just now trying to check. Let me go to settings here, agents. Dude, I haven't looked at all of these settings yet. This is cool. Ooh, I like that. Oh, that's cool. Oh, and then hold on. Let me read what you got going for us. This is a Mac Mini. So, boo. The best thing you can do. Oh, okay. You were responding to a boo. Got it. Yeah. No, that's cool there, Fallen. Hell yeah. Oh, is this a song that has the boo 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 boo? I think it is. I'm pretty sure this is the song. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, no, this is the song, I'm pretty sure. All right. Yeah, pretty nifty. Um so hold on. Okay, well, they did fix it and now it's able to do a bunch of this stuff, which is cool. Hey, okay. So yeah, the open code integration works. Nifty. Okay. Yeah, good shit. All right, so we could definitely start doing some of the open code stuff. We won't be able to get our GLM52 with it though. And then hold on. Welcome back, Swiss tourist. How you doing? No, not yeah. Thank you for sharing, Swiss tourist. Right, but that's pretty much exactly what I was saying, right? I guess the fact that it's happening server side is interesting though. Like I kind of thought the harness was the thing responsible. But that does make sense, right? Like it has to have room to do the compaction. So yeah, at least that hunch was correct. Yep. But again, Swiss tourists, like, you should probably never be getting to that point. So, so you should be breaking up your work into like smaller chunks, in my opinion. But yeah, good research. Yeah, dude. I think blog posts about your process would be cool, right? And that's right. Yeah. We did talk about it, but yeah, I just still think like the work should be broken up way more. I forget where we landed on that conversation. Oh man, yeah, dude. I don't know what they've done, but I'm seeing a lot more weird errors coming out of GLM. But okay, so and God, yeah, that is weird. So here's my thought next, right? We probably need to add open code or add GLM to open code. Hmm. Hmm. There's like a clogged pore or something just right on the edge of my ear. It's super annoying. But let's get more music going. Can't remember if this album's any good. Oh, I think I like this one, yeah. All right. Yeah, so we kind of do need to use the. We have to use open code if we want it to work in Kepler here. Now, hold on. Do we have a Kepler command? We do. Cool. I'm not sure the flaky stable pass stuff is worth it. I actually think I'd massively dislike that. Yeah, all right. So I'm actually even going to modify that by hand. Because I don't, yeah, I don't know. So yeah, benchmark matrix. Where is that component? I think it's actually the heat map, right? Yeah, benchmark heat map. Um, no, no, definitely not, Bob. And honestly, we just ran into that today. You have a ZAI account? Yeah, give it a shot, man. I'm curious. And you're totally right. Like, that's one of the things people complain about with open code, that some of their usages of like Kimi are more heavily quantized. In general, though, I haven't actually found a lot of evidence that quantization is as harmful to intelligence as people say it is. Okay, so yeah, like if you're at 4-bit, it's dude, it's within like 97 to 99, but if you're doing like a 3 and a 2-bit, that's where you run into issues. And larger models suffer less from quantization degradation. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. No idea. But yeah, I definitely saw some benchmarks where people considered and tried the various like quantization levels, and the benchmarks really didn't seem to change that much. Yeah, especially for coding. Oh, right. So maybe they're doing something on their servers. So it's not just a quantization thing. It's like, okay. So yeah, maybe it's not quantization that's the issue. Aha. So this is Meta's Llama 3.1 instruct. So it seems like, yes, the int, right? By doing integers instead of floating point, you can run into some issues. And wait, what is W4A16? I think I missed that part. It's also integer. Okay. No, and that makes sense, Bob, for sure. Um, I'm not sure I believe Matt Mullenweg about WP Engine being a bad provider, though. If that's the reference you're making. I don't trust Matt Mullenweg as far as I can throw him. And with my bad shoulder, I shouldn't be throwing anybody. Yeah, so this is cool. It was last updated last year. But yeah, quantization really doesn't have as big of an impact as a lot of people think. But yes, they could be doing stuff other than quantization on various servers, and that's maybe a different thing. But I wonder, like, what would GLM or ZAI have to like why would they closely guard their server like implementation and stuff? Like, shouldn't they be providing that to most people just for the sake of, you know, people evaluating their model properly? Like, I'm just not sure there's any value in gatekeeping that, but I'm not positive. Yeah, anyway. Moving on. And oh shit. Yeah, we forgot to keep maxing out the new morphism stuff. Well, that's fine. We'll have to do it with something else. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. All right, so back to this one. Tasks complete. Do an adversarial review of the changes. All right, and then, all right, we got Olama in here in the open code. But what we're going to do is we're going to trash this, delete branch, delete task. We're going to let this finish, and then, yeah, I think there's some stuff that we could probably, like, prompt better via Kepler. Because, yeah, we tried to use Codex previously, and, like, none of our skills were loading, which was weird. But the fact that they fixed open code means they probably fixed the tool or the skill listing thing in Codex too. We got a half hour left before that resets, and we can kick the better model on it again. Oh, and that's right. Yeah, so we're making some modifications here. Why did this not update? Oh, yeah, because that's the. Oops. Yeah, yeah. We were looking at the cloud, not the local. Ugh. All right. So one thing I think we want to do. Um. Oh yeah. Why is available output modes a set? Yeah. So we got some bugs in the UI that we should fix. It's fine for now though. But the thing that I want to do. Yeah, because we vibed this. Let me see if we have like some utils. So yeah, model results handler comparison. All right, so I don't think I want model slug. Yeah, we'll just write a function for that. It's probably the wrong place for it. All right, so the const here would be something like okay, yeah, we'll do this. So this is provider and model. Effort and output mode, right? Clean name dot split. That is not correct, though. All right, cool. We do not want that, actually. All right, cool. And hey, we just hand coded something like a fucking caveman. All right, so split model name. Oh, hold on. Yeah. No, we're good. Okay, so then instead of model here, well, I mean, Bob, some of them do sound like so good they're distracting, but if you've heard it enough times, it's easy to like tune out. So I think it's more about like the frequency of it. Like there's even, like there's plenty of songs with singing that aren't distracting because, you've heard them too many times. So it's more about that being kind of like the effort or the issue. But yeah, it's almost like the same thing, like when you're exercising or snowboarding or like a bunch of those things. All right, let's see something like that. All right, so one thing, Ooh. Okay, so I do have to pee. Give me a second. But I want to think about how we're getting rid of that schema part. Yeah, give me a sec. Give me a sec. And I'm back. Who all's out there? All right, so what I'm thinking here is and it's a single one of these. So then back to here. I think I like the idea of maybe putting this in here. And then we do something like that. Okay, so then what we can do is Class name. Damn, I actually kind of like it even smaller. Maybe that's too small. I would say 8 was a good medium there. Uh, all right. I think it's better than it was. You know, jamming all that stuff in there was weird. So then as we get down to here, all right, so heat color and heat BG. What I think we want to do is greater than 0. And yeah, for this part, I think we want 0.3. Yeah. Yeah. And then hold on. So greater than 0.8. Yes. 5 to 9. Yeah, make this actually 5. Yeah. Okay. So now, right, some of the other feedback that we got. Let me get more music going first, actually. Um, should we? Yeah. Let's do this album. This album's good. Yeah. So I like those fixes. Oh, and how'd this do? All right, adversarial review time. Oh, and we've still got that in there. I forgot about that. Which graph is that? It's the token usage one, right? Yep, that's where it is. Yeah, I thought we got rid of all of them. We missed one. Okay, cool. So yeah, back to these things. Okay, yeah, I like the recommendation there. Um, Sure. Okay, that one's fine. Okay, so the bug and should fix issues should be fixed. For the bug, I liked the recommendation of using, and what did they call it? Position inside left. Ooh, and 5 minutes away from getting Codex session usage back. Let's pour another bevy. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Any fun plans or anything? Ah, nice. How old's the kitten? Like, when did you get it? And then, Brainless, you are investigating a bug, which a coworker sent a huge message about, and you don't agree with his results. And then, Bob, you're going to try BMAD this weekend on a new project. Hell yeah, dude. A few months. Oh, that's cool. So are they still, like, teeny tiny? I do want to get a cat here soon. And hey, welcome back, Rich. I just saw that. Sorry. That was like half an hour ago. My bad, my bad. Doubled in size since you got her, though. Nice.
Oh, if I could spell. So there's our today command. That's our plan for what we're working on. And while we're waiting on that, wrong place. Let me do a quick little edit on the homepage. And I think the fuzzy matching thing is a lie. Oh, and hold on. Let me fix my curtain. There we go. All right. I'm your ambient noise. Damn right. All right, so. Oh, GLM, you son of a bitch. This is the second time. That's the second time it's just gone way off the rails doing just exclamation points. All right, well, let's do this. Nope, wrong thing. Yeah, so what we're trying to do is figure out what has value in what we're doing right here. I almost feel like that overview thing is not necessary either. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so some of these bugs are fine. Okay, so here's what I want to do. Do something like that. Right, and then here. And yeah, the gap, we probably want that X to be more like an 8. All right, so then in here, why is this important?
Yeah, I like that. All right. So yeah, we're trying to give like good descriptions to these sections now, just to make sure that there's value there. Oh, and yeah, some of this stuff's gross. Yeah, this is bad HTML. Yeah, these should be H2s. Yeah, because that's the H1. Yep. All right, so yeah, let's keep going. We'll fix the section label garbage here in a minute. But yeah, info blurbs. All right, so cost per full run. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, but that's the wrong place. All right, so then model summary.
Yeah, yeah. Sure, something like that. Did I forget to save? Why are we still seeing the blue there? We blew ourselves. Oh, and it's not going to be border, it's going to be stroke. Yeah, I'm not even seeing where that stroke's coming from now. Stroke blue 500. What? I don't think we even have that. What?
So here's something weird. The scale is wrong on token usage. Yeah, that's weird. But what we can do is this. All right, so now, all right, we'll archive what we've just done. All right, so we'll sync it now. All right, so we archived that. All right, so I'll push that up there, and then where do I pull it down? All right, so GitBench updates. This is actually not correct. So let's fix that email CTA. And honestly, we should have marketing churning on some of this while we're waiting. Aha, so yeah.
All right, cool. So that one's kicking off and churning. All right, so then, honestly, we might as well just keep modifying by hand first. Yeah. All right, so we're pushing this up. We need to update what this has in it. However, in here, we're going to create a new task. It's going to be based on GitBench. It's a new work tree from main. And hey, what up, PepTech? How you doing, Mr. Sir? What are you up to today? Oh, if I could type. Oh, you were doing some Unity stuff. Oh, that's fun. Oh, yeah, no worries. And late night stream, are you East Coast or something? It's only 8 o'clock here. And as a birthday eve, I'm probably going to be going a bit later. Just for fun anyway. Ah, East Coast. Got it. That makes sense. Yeah, when I was younger, I lived on the East Coast. Like, I've lived all over. But, like, Washington, I've spent the most time in. Like, you know, state, not D.C. The second longest I've lived anywhere was New Jersey. And that's where we were before we moved out here to Washington. But yeah, I've lived in Texas, New York, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Florida, Arizona, California. And these are all like, you know, before junior high even. So yeah, just all over. You've been in New York all your life? Nice. Yeah, when we lived in New York, we were up in I feel like we might have even mentioned this now. For some reason I'm kind of remembering that we've discussed this because I mentioned that like we lived up in the White Plains area. So yeah, now that I'm saying that, I totally remember now. We've talked about this, I think. Yep, yeah, exactly. But yeah, so what were you doing in Unity? And yeah, thanks for the happy early birthday. We are drinking whiskey. We finally got GitBench up on the GitKraken domain. We're still working on it. We got like fixes to make, and we haven't run all of the benchmarks, but we have made new stuff. But yeah, we're just kind of like chugging along. And how goes the software as a service you're building with the DevDead? I was trying to remember his name. And what's up, Rich? What's that emote for? You taking off? That's a solid emote. If that's the case. Or you're just saying like, you know, ready to like launch. Like you're probably talking about the GitBench stuff, right? I don't know. Just not trying to assume. Oh, launching GitBench. Got it. Yeah. Shipping features for it daily, getting close ideas to put marketing on autopilot. And I forget what is the app again? I just remembered that you're working with him on it, but I forget what the app does. I would be careful about like any like cold outreach kind of BS. Oh, okay. Yeah. Nah, that makes sense. So this is just for like the initial test, but I would assume that once you're signed up, you could do non-public GitHub stuff. But just for like permission's sake, it's easier this way. Yeah. Okay, just double checking. Oh, and it's a GitHub URL. Dude, yeah, my H key and my U key are getting weird. No, that's fine. Um. Oh, interesting. So you used to call it loopy, right? But you haven't updated the naming or whatever. Nice. Oh, those are some solid goofy glasses, dude. I hold on, let me show off some of these. They're so stupid. They remind me of did you see what's his name's hat? It's so stupid I can't breathe. Like that bit from oh, you're gonna rebrand to loopy.marketing. Oh, okay. I will say I'm not a big fan of non.com domains. I think Levels.io even has a bunch of data surrounding that. But yeah, dude, I got some really stupid fucking sunglasses here. Oh yeah. They're so stupid I can't even breathe. I know, right? Did you see his sunglasses? They're so stupid I can't even breathe. Hold on, there's some other stupid ones too. I think these are the same but silver, which is still kind of, you know, goofy enough. Ooh, I feel like Jordy LaForge. All right, hold on. There's a couple other stupid ones. So it's from they are from Jerry of the Day. I think that's the name. It's where I got this shirt too. Yeah, it's this website. Caution, shit golfer. Some of these are sick though, right? These corduroy beanies. Dude, these fucking things. Yo, here's these guys. They're basically like snowboard goggles. They're so stupid. They don't even fit well. They're terrible. They're so bad. Hold on. I think some of these, like one of them's actually not terrible. Oh, yeah, these are all right. I don't mind these ones. Like they don't fit great. They're like, I don't know. But they got like the little like thing there. Yeah, I just they're super stupid and they're probably like just some made in China garbage. But I don't know, they're kind of fun still. They remind me of like Kai Lentit or whatever, that dude who does the YouTube videos. Wearing like shit like this. These ones aren't terrible actually. These ones aren't awful, you know? But yeah, I went and spent, I don't know, like 100 or something bucks on all this bullshit. They were having a sale, so it was worth it. So yeah, like it's probably worth it just to like check on their yard sale like pages. Oh, the Sendovision Sunsetter looks pretty dope. Hold on, let me see. I feel like there's one or two more, but that might have been all of them. Yeah, I think that's all of them. But yeah, they're fun. They're fun. Dude, the fanny pack's dope. I might need to get the fanny pack. And yeah, I got the gloves too, just cause. Yeah. But yeah. Kind of fun. Kind of fun. So here's one quick bit of feedback. Where's your pricing? How much does Launch Loop cost? Oh, it's down here. Got it. So you at least need something linking me down to this, right? I tend to expect it like right here in the header, maybe. Even if it just sends me down to this part of the page. Okay, yep. Yeah, no worries. No worries at all. But yeah, cool stuff. Let me close some tabs, I guess. I suppose. All right, so we archived that and we did the sync. Uh, oh, okay. Yeah, we shipped that already. Cool. So the next step, yeah. And yeah, you do a bunch of AI stuff, right, Pep Tech? Would you mind giving Kepler a try from GitKraken? I'd love to get some of your feedback. Right, as someone who's like doing a bunch of like, just agentic whatever. And yeah, there's voice support, there's all sorts of stuff in there, which is awesome. So like, yeah, give it a shot. And this is it right here. So we're gonna start a new thing. What we want to do is type script error fixes. Now, what I actually want to do though is we're gonna do open code. Oh, and actually, no, we want to do this with Codex. Yeah, for sure. Or at least we want to try it. So yeah, prepare the task. Perfect. Okay, cool. So then, yeah, open spec. Oh, maybe? T3 code and a partnership with XAI Grok? No, I hadn't seen that. Yeah, I hadn't heard that. Yeah, good job, I guess. And what's up, Matheson? How you doing? All right, so yeah. That is one of the things I find annoying, but whatever. So yeah, this is odd. Why are my open spec skills not in here? Yeah, so let me at least report that. So Kepler feedback. Well, I guess let's verify. Oh, it's because I get ignored it. Mm. I didn't know that, Matheson, but yeah, we use that internally. That did somewhat come out of nowhere, though, Matheson. Like, what prompted that self promotion? Like, did anyone ask? Maybe I did and I forgot. Ah, got it. Okay, no, you're good. I totally spaced on even saying that. My bad. But yeah, technically, I haven't used Whisper 3 Turbo myself yet, but we do have it right on in here, which is kind of cool. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. And hey, what's up, Zed? All right, so short stream. Okay, making your stats class an actual project. Awesome. And no, Matheson. No, you're totally right. No, you're totally good, man. I forgot that I asked that. That's my fault. Yeah, you're good, man. It felt like it came out of nowhere because I just forgot I said the words. So yeah, don't worry about it. But yeah, short stream tonight before bed. I'm doing well. Yeah, we're just hanging out. And I know how streaming can get sometimes. Yeah, I totally get it. Yep. Yeah, I'm curious, like, what is your stat thing? So, like, basically, you have a class maybe in like one of your projects, and you're abstracting it out into a full on like library or whatever. Is that it? And then how's your PoE2 going? It's funny, every time I get a buckler, I think about how you were having so much like trouble getting bucklers. Like I see them too much. It's really annoying actually. Oh yeah. Wait, Pet Tech, do you play PoE2 as well? Without storing the series. Oh, very cool. You had many hours in PoE1? Got it. Yeah, the new league on PoE2 is pretty good. And then Kiralise. You play and sometimes stream it too? Nice. Hell yeah. What classes are you guys playing? I'm currently on a warrior doing like a shield bonk kind of build. That's very much like a damage over time build, so like bleed and poison. It's pretty fun. I mainly just want to keep like getting it to a point where I can like get enough currency to level up some other classes. It's definitely not my favorite. Run and gun build, almost to 90. Nice. That was the thing that was fun about last league. When people would do the temple or whatever, and like the snaking, you could get a character from like level 60 to 90 in like a half hour. It was crazy. It was super crazy. Right? Just by like lurking on someone else's temple. So that was fun. Well, I mean, the snaking isn't even really that viable anymore, from what I've heard. Like, it was broken last season for sure. But yeah, now farming at Zeri is an option for sure. I've seen people getting a lot of currency from expeditions, actually. Right, if you level up the rune mechanic, you can get divs to drop from that, which is pretty awesome. They're probably going to end up having to nerf that. Ranger with Deadeye. Got it. Nice. Yeah, the most fun build I've played lately was last season, where it was a like double cast on crit comet build. And it was gnarly. It was fun. So it was like cast on crit and then cast on elemental ailment or whatever. And it's just like, dude, so many comets just raining down. It was a fun one. Oh, and I'm sorry. I can still read it, though. So you have your builds up, and you looked at your build last season, and then the same character in Standard, and they nerfed Poison hard. Oh, okay. Makes sense. I do feel like it's still kind of viable. Hold on, what's the build I got going lately? Crimson Assault. So it's more of a bleed build. But the bleed and poison kind of play off of each other. Oh yeah, I don't even know what my like DPS or any of that stuff is. I do like the survivability of the warrior though. See, I think I'm at like level 80 right now. It's all right. You're a glass cannon. Yeah. Which gets really annoying when you're just like sniped from a character off screen or like an enemy off screen. But 1 second, let me grab a soda. I'm gonna keep pouring some whiskey. Tomorrow's my birthday. Turning 42 years young. The new Arbiter stuff to beat? Oh. Yeah, I haven't done any of that stuff yet. I'm still like trying to complete my my Atlas. Like all the Atlas points and all that stuff. You turn 44 in about 2 weeks? Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm a huge like Hitchhiker's Guide fan, so 42 is like a, I don't know, like a special number. And yeah, glass bottle Coca-Cola for the whiskey. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Another one to look forward to is 54 because spoilers, the books have been out long enough. I think in Mostly Harmless, that's the one where I think he gets stranded on Earth, but like thousands or like millennia ago, right? And he has the Scrabble thing, and he tosses out the letters, and it spells out what is six. What do you get when you multiply 6 by 9 or something like that? Because he's technically descended from things that shouldn't be there, right? Like the spaceships that were full of like the telephone cleaners and stuff like that. Hairstylists, interior decorators. Yeah, you should definitely read them again. They're my favorite thing. Like I reread it all the time. There's something new that like stands out to you every time you read it. It's really wonderful that way. All right. So anyway, back to here. Oh, and that was the feedback I want to offer. And that feedback is that the codex stuff, like we haven't committed our codex skills. But I think that's like an open spec issue. So hold on, let me do this. Reveal in Finder. And then here we go back to CM Griffing. We go to the Codex folder here. We go into skills. All right, so then okay, so it's still not there. What if I close the session and start a new one? Aha, that did it. All right, cool. So explore. We have several TypeScript errors in the web UI. We should investigate them and find a plan and create a plan. So yeah, for everyone joining, and I know Zed doesn't do much AI stuff, so if y'all are not fans of AI stuff as well, I get it. But we are using this thing called Kepler. I work at a company called GitKraken. I'm a developer advocate. I've been an engineer, mainly front end, for work, at least, for the past 10 plus years. But then finally, I pivoted into developer advocacy because it's chill. You just make content. And yeah, so I work at GitKraken. We just made this thing called Kepler. It's like a competitor to Conductor or T3 Code or some of those things. And yeah, you know, we got to try it out. We got to, have some fun with it. But yeah, it's kind of nice. And the fact that there's like the list, there's a Kanban board, there's even like you can see the consoles and create a bunch of them side by side. It's kind of nifty. It's kind of fun. And yeah, we even do sandboxing. I'm curious what sandbox we're using here. Yeah, I'm actually unsure of which sandbox that is. All right, so while this is kicking and doing its thing, we do still have some work to do. So you've been trying to figure out AI for Rails. Mostly Claude, still not liking it. Makes sense. Yeah. I personally, and this is just a me thing, and this is about the Rails part of things. I do not like rendering templates from any backend framework. I don't like the idea of a monolithic like architecture in that way. In my opinion, I like the API completely separated, and then I just consume the API with other things. So if I'm doing a static site that needs to do some stuff, that's going to be Astro. If I'm doing a dashboard thing that's gated by a login, that's going to be React. But it's going to be like client-side rendered React, because I don't think server-side rendering is actually a good pattern for a lot of stuff. And why would I waste cycles on the server, right? Yeah, exactly. And you can totally do that with Elixir as well, right? With Phoenix, the Elixir framework. So yeah, a Rails app in just API mode would totally work for me as well. I haven't written that much Ruby. The only Ruby I've really written, like I've done an SDK for a thing that I made in Ruby, and like Vagrant scripts back in the day before Docker. But yeah, I'm definitely a fan of Elixir. Not gonna lie though, there is that video by Gary Bernhardt where it's the WAT video, and he shows that thing about like Ruby doesn't technically support bare words, but you do this, implement that magic function, and boom, Ruby supports bare words. Now, right? That's evidence of how awesome Ruby is, but also, if you use this, WAT, yeah, I love that bit. That part's so good. Yeah, the WAT video is so good. And yeah, Curalease, I'm just gonna brag about it. I get to chat with Gary Bernhardt all the time because he lives up here in the Seattle area, and he goes to Seattle JS from time to time. He's been like a programming hero of mine for ages. Not just the WAT video, but the birth and death of JavaScript video is the greatest talk of all time, in my opinion. His other ones are good too, right? Like Boundaries and some of those ones. But dude, the birth and death of JS, he predicted this entire awesome future back in 2014, you know? You want to meet Sandy Metz. You love her Rails talks. Yeah, I don't know about her Rails talks, but she has that one blog post that's about like don't prematurely abstract, right? Like a little bit of duplication is way better than a bad abstraction, you know? Yeah, I really like that blog post she wrote. I think that's hers. I'm almost positive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like to follow the rule of threes when it comes to duplication, right? If it's like, and the rule of threes is actually ambiguous. Is it the third time you're pasting it or the third time you're duplicating it, right? So it could be 3 or 4. And that gives you like leeway to be like, well, at the third duplication, or I guess triplication at that point, you don't necessarily have to abstract because you don't necessarily know if the abstraction is the right fit yet. So yeah, like 3 or 4, around that point, you should really start thinking about a better abstraction. Yep. Yeah, hell yeah. And yeah, later, have a good night, Pet Tech, Mr. Sir. But yeah, if anyone wants to try out Kepler, if you're doing like any AI stuff, I'd love your feedback. What are you, AI? You're not thinking abstraction anymore. Why not? You probably should. The Lucky You talk. It's not Rails or Ruby specific, but it's interesting. Yeah. I massively prefer a talk that is more generalized, right? Like to me, I consider those kinds of talks like I consider like a proper timeless talk amazing. And Unique. No, so we've always been able to modify the theme, right? Like that's just going to streamparrot.com. Oh, come on. There we go. Right, so if we log in, blah, 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 blah. Right, from here, you can go to overlay and customize all sorts of shit. So if we wanted, we can make it Arch, by the way. It just takes like up to 30 seconds to update. There you go. Now it looks terrible because we haven't like overwritten that, but yeah. Well, I mean, it's customized, right? So yeah, we go to DOS, but like colors, right? You can configure the colors as you like. There's various themes, right? Animations. Showing usernames or timestamps. We could hide the timestamps if we want. Ignored users like Nightbot or, Cadbury Bot. You can change the font. Do I think I might get around to rebuilding it? Probably not, because there's, why? There's basically no monetization strategy. Streamers are notoriously cheap. They don't pay for shit. And this is actually a problem I've talked with Theo a bunch about, because, right, like Theo had that thing Ping, right? Ping.gg. He also realized, and it's technically profitable, but he realized that streamers do not pay for shit. So basically, as a streamer, you're probably broke when you're first starting out. And then if you've made it, you don't want to change anything due to the fear of messing it all up. Well, it's not even that unique, right? Like, it's because they found a thing that got them their success, and they don't want to change it for the sake of like, oh my god, what if I break it? What if I just change one thing and my entire stream dies? Yeah, exactly. So that's like the main thing about it. Yep. But yeah, right, exactly, Matheson. So yeah, streamers are a terrible target audience. Which is why I will probably never do anything for Stream Parrot, at least for a really long time. Because it's stable, right? Dude, I haven't had to restart this server or do anything for it in years. It's rock solid, it's stable. I pay a little too much for it because there was a point at which we needed to increase our EC2 size for a bunch of stuff. And then, now we can't redeploy, so fuck it. It's running on AWS, so EC2. The back end is Elixir. The front end is just React nonsense. So, S3 CloudFront for that stuff. Are streamers cheap, or is streaming just a cheap profession? I wouldn't call streaming a profession. The people that are able to make money doing it could call it a profession, but the vast majority of streamers, it's not their profession. I think that's the best way of thinking about it, Duck. It's not a profession. It's a hobby. The moment it becomes a profession, that you're looking at the 0.1% of all streamers at any point. The ones that can actually treat it as a full-time job. What is my profession? Bullshit artist. No, Cotter, what? Are you trying to reference Kindergarten Cop? Who is your daddy and what does he do? What is your profession? 300? Oh, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of 300. Yeah, okay, yeah, I get it. I haven't seen that movie enough to memorize any of the lines or anything. It's an alright film, the visuals are amazing, right? The visuals are really good. But I do kind of blame that movie 300 for hoisting fucking Gerard Butler on us. How dare they? Oh, that's right, Eunuch. Yeah. XTC. Yeah, or Ecstasy, sorry. Yeah, I think I totally forgot about that name change. Have you told me before and I just keep forgetting? I'm sorry. But yeah, exactly, Cotter. I still hold a grudge against 300 for foisting Gerard Butler on us. No, it's fine, man. I'll try and remember that. But I also don't want to dead name you, so I'll just say Eunuch, if that's alright. Am I saying your name right? Because you know what a eunuch is, right? Spelled differently. Un4CH? Yeah, that's a lot of syllables. I'll just call you Forch. What up, Forch? Does that work? Oh, Unforch. Oh, okay, I get that. Yeah, no, I can say that. Unforch. Yeah, Unforch. I get it. No, I can say that. Yeah, that's good. You might have to remind me one more time, but yeah, I can say Unforch. Hell yeah. Um, and yeah, Matheson. What was your old name, if you don't mind sharing? And you've been following since 2022, so I'm guessing it's still this same account, but you just changed your name? It does look really familiar. Like your profile image looks really familiar. It's the Ghibli. That's what it is. Ikifar? Okay. I don't think I remember that one especially. But 2022, were you did you make it in here from like a raid from oh geez. The streamer that's from Turkey that used to work at Twitch and I think he's at Discord now? Why am I spacing on his name? Oh wait, hold on. January 25th, 2022. Oh, that was probably from like a Leon Noel raid, right? Possibly. Well, I mean, so hold on. I can click, like, as a streamer, you can click on someone's name and see their following, right? Mods can see that. Yeah, it's fine. Not a big deal. Oh, yeah, exactly, unfortunate. Yep, yeah. Now, I know you've been around a while, for sure. You don't remember either of those names? Must have been someone else then. Man, 2022 in a January. Could it have been from why am I Codico? Right? The dude that was doing like the type racer but for programming stuff? I know he was rating a lot around at that point. I don't know. Yeah, like dude, COVID times. There was a lot of people streaming at that point. There was a lot of people streaming. Man, that was I'm not wishing for another pandemic. That would be terrible. But it was the best Twitch has ever been as far as like viewership goes. In 2022, you're probably right. I think they changed it up just like 6 months later. Because I feel like I remember it going to be like software and game dev before that 2022 TwitchCon. And that was the year that I hit partner. Like right before that TwitchCon. Yeah, me and Rox got like partner on the same day, basically, because they had a huge queue of people like backed up and they just like almost like auto approved everyone, which is kind of funny. See, I got lucky. Very few people get partner on their first attempt, or like their first application or whatever. But if you had hit the threshold to apply for partner around that time, pretty much everyone just got like the immediate thumbs up, which was interesting. Because Rox wasn't even streaming that much anymore. Oh man, I almost sneezed with a bunch of whiskey in my mouth. That would have been brutal. That would have been fucking brutal. All right, so yeah. How's the clanker clanking? Got to get going? Yeah. No worries. Yeah, please, everyone out there, give Kepler a try if you're into any of this AI stuff. We need your feedback, and you don't even have to like treat me as a proxy for that feedback. You can just give the feedback right there in app, you know? Like no big deal. So feature request, bug report, general feedback, any of that, just let us know. Yeah, so it's just over 2 years. It's like 2 years and 2 months at this point. And it's good. Honestly, like, dude, developer advocacy is so much more chill than like engineering. Especially because like the funny part to me is people who complain about like pull requests being the bottleneck, right? Code review being the bottleneck. How much does it cost? It's free. Yeah, it's free right now. You don't even need a GitKraken account. So yeah, like, yeah, dude. If you want to try it, it's free, man. Yep. Now, there will be things that we monetize about it where you'll need an account and blah, 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 right? But we'll see. And I just did the command, CF builds. So check out that Nightbot message. No, and I get that cure lease, but it's not like it's actually new, right? PRs and code review have always been the bottleneck. You know, like I've been dealing with human slop PRs for ages. So it's like, it's one of those things where if you were senior, you were always dealing with this. Oh no, it's not, but it's gotten worse. Again, I still remember outsourced devs on various projects I've worked on shitting out massive PRs that squeezed in terrible fucking coding practices. There was one Angular project for CBRE. They brought in some third-party devs from another country. The country doesn't matter because there are good devs and bad devs in every country, right? And this dude, this fucking dude, was basically like no contact for the entire sprint. Right? He's given a ticket. Okay. No contact. Doesn't say anything. No bullshit. The day before the end of the sprint, he shits out this massive PR. 30 plus files changed. Thousands of lines of code. And inside of it, he was using local storage for synchronizing state between components in different parts of the component tree. Right? On like different pages and stuff. It was an Angular project. We had services. We had all this shit. There's no fucking reason to use local storage ever for state management. Ever. But he shit out this giant PR thinking no one would read it. No. It's my code base. I was the lead on that project. It's my fucking code base. I'm not merging that shit. They even like complained to the client, right? Like the PM from CBRE. Hey, why are we not getting this PR merged? Cause it's fucking shit. You know, like, dude, nah, I'm not merging that. When we do the project handoff, if you guys want to merge it, you can do it, but I don't recommend it. Dude, like I've been dealing with slop PRs since before AI existed. So that's why, like, it's like, sure, like the amount has increased, but the nature of it hasn't changed. Human slop versus AI slop. Tomato, tomato. Right? It's the same thing I've said about like programming languages. Yeah, I can write awful spaghetti code in any language. The whole key is like, no, the language doesn't prevent you from writing slop. But some people have had it in their head that it does. Just like frameworks on the front end don't prevent you from writing slop. You can write shit code in any framework in any language. And then hold on. Okay, and then Unforge. So what is developer advocacy? So developer advocacy is it's pretty much synonymous with developer relations. And because of that, it means that like technically DevRel is a very wide topic, right? In general, there's 3 types of DevRel. There's community, content, and tooling, right? So there are some DevRels or developer experience engineers. It's an arm of DevRel for sure. Some of those people, right, developer experience engineers, are just tasked with maintaining SDKs and things like that, or whatever. Then there's the content people that are tasked with maybe doing video content or blog posts, right? And then even then, they might even be tasked with like creating conference talks. Like just content can take a wide variety. And then the community aspect is a bit of like, well, who maintains your like public Discord server or Slack server or whatever? Who is the liaison between the people in the community and the company? In general, the entire piece is like you sit as part of like, in general, the marketing department. Sometimes you're under engineering if you're doing like DevX, like, developer experience stuff. But the most part is like, it's a role for companies whose core target market is developers, right? If your company makes dev tools or anything like developer focused where they are your customer, you need DevRel or developer advocacy to help marketing speak to those kind of people. So the best DevRels are ones who've been engineers in the past because they speak the language. It's actually pretty obvious when you meet a DevRel who's never been an engineer. They seem like bullshit artists, right? So if you're familiar with Lee Rob, he's like the most famous DevRel. Could a DevRel get promoted to CMO? Unlikely, because DevRel doesn't think about marketing in the same way, right? Like marketing is about like, if you're going to be a CMO, you need to like live and breathe like the metrics of how successful is our latest like ad campaign, right? How is our analytics going? In general, yes, DevRels should care about that because in almost every interview you're going to have, they're going to ask you, well, how do you measure success? Right? But you don't need to like live and breathe like ad spend. DevRels do not think about the ad spend. That's someone else's job. I do a lot of translating, not necessarily to the non-tech people, more like translating what they want to say to devs. So we have a social media manager who's awesome. She's fucking great. She will often be like, hey, I'm about to do this like LinkedIn slideshow or this post to Twitter or whatever. Could you look it over and make sure it's accurate? And a whole bunch of the times, it's obvious that AI shat out something, but she doesn't understand like the customer enough to know that it was bullshit, right? So yeah, like that's a major part of my job. Another part, I have a bi-weekly meeting with like our best ambassador. Right? They share so much feedback. They should probably be getting a paycheck, but they just love the product, right? I don't know. There's a lot of like really cool and interesting parts of it. It sounds like a killer job. It's fun, and it's just less stressful, you know? Like, I still sometimes have to stay up late and knock something out, but deadlines are a lot fuzzier in general. I don't know. I really enjoy it. I've been wanting to be a DevRel since I first saw like Carter Rabasa and a bunch of the other like DevRels present at meetups that I went to. Like I've been big into the meetup scene since before I even had a job in tech. Like every time, like at Seattle JS, not every time, but often, they'll say, "Ooh, who here is here for the first time?" Right? People raise their hand. Who is here for their second, third? Keep your hand raised if you're fourth, fifth. And I just keep my hand up because I've been to, right? Seattle JS is like every month for the most part. I've been to the majority of Seattle JS's since 2014. I think since even earlier than that, actually. Maybe even 2013. Like, it's got to be in the hundreds by now. But yeah, Norris Curleys, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, rest up. Feel better. And, CF Builds, I missed that follow as well. Thank you. But yeah, real quick, Unforge. You recently shifted your entire career, went from a data analyst in the casino industry to a store manager of a storage facility after losing your job and being unable to get back into tech. Ooh, interesting. Because data analyst, I almost feel like, I don't know where you're at in your education, but it almost seems to me like data analyst would be a good pivot into like AI research. Right? Like it ends up being a lot of like statistical kind of bullshit. You know? Like if you got time to go and get your master's or something, could be worth it. Gotcha. So that, yeah, then doing like a full like 4 year and then masters would probably be a little much. Because I think technically for like AI researcher stuff, they want you to have at least a master's, hopefully even a PhD. So that's a lot tougher. But honestly, Unforged, like, I think you could make it. I think you could make it a go. I don't know if data analyst stuff is really like what you want to go for though. So it'll be tougher. Yeah, it'll be tougher, but I don't know. Could be doable. If AI is so smart, why can't it research itself? There you go. Because then it would be like that, like the cover of the Tool album, Enema. Oh wait, not the cover. The CD label. Nope, not that one. There you go. There it is. Because it would be like that. It's like a snake eating its own tail. Okay, that was a little too on the nose. I didn't realize how dirty it was going to sound with that image until I said it. Someone get HR. Hey, thanks, Kevin, for sure. It's my birthday where you are. Hell yeah, dude. Yep, we're chilling, man. Yeah, tomorrow will be a fun birthday. Thanks. But yep, yeah, later, Kevin. You want to know the best part, CF Bills? That actually wasn't a dude. That was a lady. So it's not even like there's anything going on, but they had like a contortionist lady like pose for that, which is funny. You're in the process of moving. Oh, damn, unfortunate. Yeah, I need to start looking for my next place too. I'm just so lazy. Oh, to be a fly on the wall at that photo shoot. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let me get more music going. Well, I'm gonna have to use the restroom. Give me a sec. But we want to at least like kick off this conversation first. Am I going to be attending Render ATL? I had not planned on it yet. I'm on like really good terms with Justin Samuel, the organizer. I might be able to work out like a free ticket, but then I'd still be paying for like the flight and the hotel, which is doable. I wouldn't mind. Hold on, I forget, when is it? It's August, right? And yes, we totally still do. Yeah, exactly, unfortunately. Yeah, August 12th to 13th. Yeah, I might be able to go. We'll see. Because I miss your wonderful humidity? Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. I believe I will be sitting inside 1000% of the time while I'm there. But I'll probably still go out to Magic City and Cheetah Lounge a couple times, you know. Dude, I saw CeeLo Green at Cheetah Lounge. It was fucking cool. What? No way. What? Cheetah's gone? Why? What happened? Dude, that one was the best. What? Right? Like the crying face, like dude saluting. That meme, you know? What the fuck? What happened? What the fuck happened, dude? I'm away for like a year and a half. And it's just changing. How dare they? How fucking dare they? Gotta settle for Pink Pony. I mean, anything's better than Claremont Lounge, right? Touche. Now, the funniest part to me is that Claremont Lounge is like, it's like such a dive, that like movie stars go there. Right? It's like a vibe. Like I've heard stories of like Katniss, whatever her actress, Jennifer Lawrence. I've heard stories of like her going, like, yeah. Like Atlanta's such like a movie scene. There was even like when I went to Cheetah Lounge at one point, someone even asked like, "So dude, are you an actor or something? You look really familiar." No, it's just that I look like Edward Furlong. Increasingly more like current day Edward Furlong, not young Edward Furlong. But it was still interesting, right? And yeah, I remember someone being like, yeah, you know, like outside my apartment building, they had all this snow and The Rock was out there and shit. And he thought it was for like a Marvel movie. No, it was for that like really shit Christmas movie. You know the one. Chris Evans. Yeah, Chris Evans, The Rock, J.K. Simmons. Have I considered moving to Vegas? No. Ugh. Ugh. No. Definitely not. Ugh. 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 What is this reminding me? Oh, it's like Office Space, right? Hey, Lawrence, you know, you ever get into the, you know, when you're working, anyone ever say like, sounds like you got a case of the Mondays? Nah, Peter. Hell no. No, I do believe you get your ass kicked for saying something like that. But no, definitely not. Sorry, Unforge. I like cold weather. Bare minimum. And also, I hope you know this. You think Vegas is the place to go for strip clubs? No, Portland. Portland has the highest density of strip clubs of any major metropolitan area in the US. Like, there's some place in Portland where from there, in a radius around you, there's 17 strip clubs in like a pretty small radius. Yeah, Portland is basically the strip club capital of the USA. It's crazy. Get builds. Well, hold on. Wait. What movie is it in? The Goods. That's it. Jeremy Piven. He's like, yeah, you know, strippers basically have like 3 reasons they're stripping, right? Kids, working their way through school, drug habit. Right? The one lady's like, oh, I do have kids. Huh. The other one's like, I'm working my way through law school. And then the third girl's like, got it. Dude, it's such a good movie. Like, it's a terrible film, but it's a funny film. Like, there's some good lines, you know? I haven't seen it in ages. I want to rewatch it, actually. No offense to anyone that strips. Honestly, like, dude, make that money, right? Make that money. I pretty much, like, keep in mind, not always, but I pretty much will never get a lap dance or any of that shit. I just go throw some ones at the table, and then it's just a nice place to have a drink usually, especially like Portland strip clubs, right? Like they're basically just a bar with a view. I'm not saying that, like, depends on where. Vegas, definitely not. Portland, entirely possible. Actually, entirely possible. There's just so many, right? Like, dude, I think, like, in the Portland metro area, you've got, like, really high odds of any woman you talk to possibly being a stripper. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. Like, I do not mind. Right? Use your body while you got it. That's why I did snowboarding. Right? Use your body while you got it. You can't do it when you're older. Well, technically you can, but you can only do that at the Claremont Lounge. Boom! Oh, they call that a callback in the comedy industry. Nailed it! Fucking nailed it! Shit. Yeah, I got a friend that I play games with on Wednesdays. He's also in like the Atlanta area, and he said the Claremont Lounge is where strippers go to retire. It's pretty funny actually. Oh yeah, I don't know. I haven't been to that one. I don't even remember which ones I went to when I was there in Vegas for TwitchCon. Like the first one I went to was like closing, and then there's like a 24/7 one that was pretty good. And then I missed my flight. So then I ended up hanging out at like the Hustler Lounge or whatever. Like I had to wait there for like I was at the Hustler Lounge, or I think it was Hustler. It could have been Penthouse. Could have been one of them. Uh, I was there like right when they opened until like 8 hours later when the next flight was leaving. Because I'm pretty notorious for missing my flights. No, like it was one of those places where the bartender was one of the dancers at that time of day. Like it was nah, the shift didn't change because it was still like before like the like peak time or whatever. And maybe it wasn't like 7 hours. I forget how long it was, but it was a while. Yeah, so like they opened at like 10 or something like that, maybe 11, and I was there till at least 5. Because it was like right near the airport. Like I missed my flight. Ah, shit. Now what do I do? Shit. Let's go to a strip club. Like I don't know. Yeah, I'm a degen. It's fine. But again, not getting a dance. Hell no. section within a section. Almost feel like it should be article or something, right? But yeah, so hold up. Let's do the open spec thing. Apply change. And I want the smart model for this shit. So then, yeah, once we kick this off, I do have to use the restroom. I do have chicken thawing in the fridge. No, Next.js fucking sucks, dude. Next.js fucking sucks. They have this, like, whole vested interest in, like, pushing server-side rendering, and server-side rendering fucking sucks. There's very, very few use cases where you need server-side rendering. If, like, you should absolutely make sure you exhaust the options of, well, okay, do you need marketing? Do static generation, right? Do you need a login gated dashboard? Just use React in, like, client-side mode. And then, on, like, the 5% of projects that need it, yeah, SSR, sure. But, dude, it's a major pet peeve of mine. When you're navigating some site's docs, and then you see, like, the telltale fucking, like, Next.js error page. What the fuck, man? Why does your documentation need to show that fucking Next.js error page? Why do you need Next.js for your docs? They're fucking static, dude. You don't have it so many pages that you, like, statically generating is slow, right? Nah, man. Nah. There are very, very few use cases where SSR is actually the right approach, but Vercel makes their money off that shit by convincing people that it's the right approach. Next.js was good for a while before Vercel was a business. Let me put it that way. Next.js was great before Vercel started fucking trying to nickel and dime people. Yeah, dude. I don't mind Vercel. I'm just not a fan of Gizmo. Sorry. For everyone who hasn't seen What We Do in the Shadows, Gizmo is my name for Guillermo, because that's what Guillermo's nickname was on What We Do in the Shadows. But yeah, I will forever call Guillermo Rauch Gizmo because of that show. And also because it's like, when they call him Gizmo, it's like, right? They're talking down to him with it, you know? And I don't like Guillermo. I really don't like Guillermo. That fucking bootlicker. Fuck that asshole. I've never met him in person, so keep that in mind. I really dislike his public persona. Fucking bootlicker. Yeah, Astro's amazing. Astro is really fucking good, dude. Now, in general, I don't use any of their, like, server-side stuff. I will do, like, API stuff, right? Like an API endpoint on, like, Netlify. I'll still use Vercel for things, sure. But not for my shit. For work shit, sure. But still, I got something on Vercel. I forget what it is. I know I got stuff on Vercel, though. No. He knows I dislike him. If he's paid attention to any of my fucking tweets that mention him, yeah, he knows I dislike him. Dude, that fucking dude and his photo with Netanyahu was so fucking tone deaf. Like, dude, that dude... Like, some people really show their character the moment they get money. The moment they get money, they really show who they actually are. And Gizmo really fucking showed who he is. Hold on. Let me do this part. Authenticator shit. All right, so what all do I actually have on Vercel at this point?
What does it do? What's it for?
All right, what haven't I migrated off at this point? I have no idea what this even is. Personal site. Yeah, I should probably migrate chrisgriffing.com away. Ready or not, CF please. Nah, those are Garbo. Streamception, I don't even remember what Streamception is. Oh, the Thumb Farm thing. Yeah, that's not even my project. Yeah, we were like proving out like a Nuxt issue. Sodium, Griffin, Silicon, NPM, I guess, is on there still. Sure. I guess there's a second Ready or Not. I forget why. Oh, we migrated Ready or Not from Nuxt to Next because this was the point at which like Nuxt 3 and like Vue 3 had just come out. No. The Griffin thing? Okay, ads, 1 sec. We'll wait for the ads. Yeah. Oh man, I actually gotta pee. Are you back from the ad yet? All right, you're back. Yeah, so Ready or Not was originally a Nuxt site, and we ditched it because we ran into issues with Pina and how, like, dependent stores worked. And then I feel like there was, like, some other stuff, too. So then we just, like, we pivoted to Next. But no, Griffin, Silicon, Sodium, all of those were actually the original versions of Githium. Yeah, I'm a collector. I've known some of these tabs way longer than I've known you, CF Builds. Shit. But yeah, no, so Githium was like the final version, but we locked down a bunch of Vercel names just cuz. So Silicon, Sodium, and some of the others are actually just Garbo, and we could delete them. I don't know. I don't care enough. But yeah, so Githium is actually what it turned into after that. And if you're curious, what is Githium? It's the thing that won me the Solid.js hackathon, $5,000 in my pocket like 2 years ago. Right? So if we look at this, right? We got 2 code snippets. Sure, why not? We click next, and then bam, we can generate a GIF for social media based upon showing like an animation between 2 different states. So then we can generate it. It'll take a little while. It's like Graphite, but it's for diffs instead of just like a single snippet. So then, boom, we got a GIF that we generated, or we could even enable video. Right? Download some shit to generate the video, because like FFmpeg Wasm, like why pay that cost when you don't need to? And then, bam, you can just download the MP4. No big deal. Or the GIF. Easy peasy. Oh, yeah, Carbon. Carbon, not graphite. Touche. But I knew exactly what you meant. Yeah. Yeah, carbon.now.sh was the inspiration for this. Like 100%. And then, yeah, Shiki Magic Move is like the thing powering this. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I love making things. The fact that stream just encourages that is really my favorite part and why I'm so hooked on streaming. Because y'all are just like here to hang out while I just build random shit. That's fun, man. That's fun. I really encourage everyone. If you feel like you haven't gotten any of your side projects done, you should probably stream. Because at least, chat might distract you, like I'm being distracted right now. It's still less than I would distract myself with fucking PoE2 or some game, right? Or just doom scrolling Reddit or any of that shit. Stream is my way of getting, let me put it this way. Within the first 2 months of streaming here on Twitch, I knocked out 3 or 4 of the projects that had been sitting in my brain hey, I want to make this thing. They'd just been sitting there collecting dust. And then within the first few months of streaming, I knocked out a bunch of that shit, dude. It was awesome. Were they good? No, but they were still a thing I wanted to try and do. And stream is the best way to get that done instead of just letting myself be distracted. So when y'all think oh man, don't you find let me put it this way. When I talk to people about streaming, well, don't you find it distracting, having to react to chat and all that stuff? No. Because I can distract myself way worse. Way fucking worse. And also, technically, dude, there's a bunch of shit, opportunities that we've had that we would not have had if we weren't a streamer, right? Or I would not have had if I wasn't a streamer. Dude, the talk, the interviews, right? You'll see the Shonday Person thing, Nightbottle, shout that out from time to time. It's just up there at 9:34, a couple minutes ago. The only reason they even asked me to do that was because I'm a streamer. I know Prime and Theo. And I chat with these dudes and we're really friendly because I'm a streamer. There's something really fucking cool about that. And it really does unlock a crazy amount of just things in the world. I really encourage people to stream. It's really fun. The thing is, don't expect to have 40 people watching immediately. How often do people use PHP? PHP is still easily 50 or 60% of the internet. WordPress is probably still easily 20 to 30% of the internet. So then Rich is saying, they'd have to shut off their phone. I mean, you can look at your phone. There's nothing wrong with that, man. That's okay. It's not like you're going to doom scroll, right? Fuck it. You don't have time to doom scroll. Otherwise, you lose your entire audience. But give me a second. I do have to pee. Real bad. Oh, man. I gotta pee so bad. Oh, my God. Ooh, okay, so hold on. We're not going to do the kitchen stream just yet, though. And then, hold on. What did I miss? Interesting, you figured it would have been replaced by now. No, you massively misunderstand the value of WordPress. I think you also massively misunderstand how legacy code bases work. And then also in general, like, dude, PHP is a really fucking solid language these days. PHP 8.3 and above is a really fucking solid language. If I'm on UT, say hi. Wait, what is UT? Wait, what? You mean if I ever make it to Utah? Oh, YouTube. Yeah, if you're on the YouTube channel, say hi. Got it. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes sense. YT, YouTube, got it. Yeah, anyone watching the YouTube right now, feel free, say hi. I mean, if we look at it, there's like 3 people out there. That's fine. But real quick, give me a second. I need to get the rice into the rice cooker because I'm going to be doing some teriyaki chicken tonight. The chicken's thawed, like it's in the water in the fridge. 90% of Harley dealerships have PHP running their inventory system. Nah, and I appreciate you, Rich. Nah, you're the man. I appreciate you. Anything people want to chat about on the YouTube? Feel free. No worries. But I do need to, let me go do the rice thing. I got to get the rice cooker going. It'll take at least an hour for the rice to cook. We might do a cooking stream at some point tonight, because why not? I'm going to have to, like, cook the chicken. An hour in the rice cooker? Yeah, because this isn't, like, instant rice. This is, like, full-on proper rice. This isn't instant rice. So if you're not aware, instant rice gets cooked and then, like, dehydrated. You're so used to instant rice? No, like, the reason you get a rice cooker is so you can do proper rice. And there is definitely a reason to do so. But I do need to, like, wash the rice, douse, like, dump the water, rinse it, do the thing. Hold on. Insert my cousin Vinny quote? We're talking about grits? Yeah. I'll just replace grits with rice. Yeah. No well-meaning Southern man would use instant grits. Yeah, for sure. CF Builds, I love that shit. One of the quotes I say all the time is like, it's an industry term. But yeah, no worries, Rich. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon. Yeah, thank you for chilling over on the YouTube, Rich. And anyone else on the YouTube, thank you all. Give me just a minute. I gotta go get the rice cooker going. So you're not using instant grits. Are these magic grits? Are you trying to tell me that grits somehow magically cook faster in your kitchen than any other place in the world? Honestly, CF Builds, I'm surprised you didn't make a reference to My Cousin Vinny when we were talking about the UT thing, right? Utes. Oh, I see. Youths. Yeah, dude, I love that movie. It's so good, dude. Your Honor, can I treat the witness as hostile? Why? She's my fiance, Your Honor. Oh, continue. Like, yeah, right? Like, it's so good. It's so fucking good. She's my fiance, Your Honor. Oh, okay. I'll allow it. Like, it's just so good. I'm Mr. Gambini. Like, dude, I love the movie. It's so good. All right, so all tasks are complete. Do an adversarial review of the changes. That is one thing that Codex does really well. They ship that review skill, like, by default. It's pretty genius. I think that's something that we end up missing when we use OpenCode and some of those other tools. Though it should actually be there in the .agents file, like, folder. So, yeah, I'm curious. Why haven't we seen that review skill getting used when we're using GLM? All right, so hold on. Yeah, we do still have some work to do. My thoughts on spec-driven development and OpenSpec. I mean, I think spec-driven development is one of the best things you can do to make your workflow durable, in my opinion. Right? By crafting a spec, you can even do a handoff to a cheaper model, right? Use a smart model for the spec, right, to generate that part, and then you can hand it off, like, the work to a cheaper model. I think there's a lot of value in understanding, like, that the handoff is a really valuable thing, but trying to get, like, a model to just, like, do so on its own without, like, a structure is really hit or miss. And you just started using SpecKit. We've been using SpecKit a little bit. My biggest peeve with SpecKit is that a bunch of the things it does don't actually, like, quiz you until it's, like, already done way too much, before it's made way too many assumptions. That's my biggest problem with SpecKit. But we are still using it because I want to try it. So we have tried a shitload of them. We started with BMAD. We tried GSD and GSD2. And technically, this project we're using OpenSpec on here, GitBench, we used GSD2 to start, right? But it got to a point where it started, like, eating its own tail, and it couldn't even find, like, where the files that it needed to read lived. And then we just pivoted to OpenSpec. And I think that's the power of OpenSpec. It doesn't need to greenfield anything. You can just jump into any project, generate a specification, right? Use the explore, then have it create a proposal from that exploration, and then just implement. Like, that is so valuable. Like, I really like the flow. I really like that flow. And theoretically, SpecKit can do the same thing, but SpecKit is a slightly different approach, in my opinion. And again, like, it doesn't quiz me before it starts going off on its own fucking tangent. I would much rather have it align first and then kick shit off. So that's why I think like the OpenSpec Explorer is so fucking valuable. Like, it's really good. But yes, I think spec-driven development is... Everyone should at least give it a shot. It may not fit the exact way you want to work, but just the ability to do a handoff and to be durable between sessions, it will solve a lot of your like context drop problems, in my opinion. Soda. Let's pour some more whiskey. Adding a roadmap, northstar.md has helped guide SpecKit. How do you generate that roadmap, though? Right? It's not a SpecKit tool. It's not a skill that it ships with. You gotta create that yourself from scratch, right? I could be wrong. I don't remember seeing that in the SpecKit stuff. Oh, and sorry, 1 second. So you're saying that the agents MD that SpecKit like generates and modifies actually has an idea for a North Star and some of that stuff? I was not aware of that. So yeah, I'm still very early on the SpecKit thing. I haven't messed with it a lot. We've tried it twice, both on the same project, but in different implementations. The first one, we tried to use like SWE 1.6 from Devon, and it sucked. But using SpecKit through Devon and GPT-5.5 was actually really solid. And I would say, like, dude, anyone who's out there trying to like rationalize subscriptions, the Devon one is not bad. Now, granted, you're paying like per token, basically. Like, it's deducted from your subscription's value, right? So you get $200 worth of tokens, but it's not as subsidized as like a Claude Code like subscription. So yeah, you're not going to get like the crazy like thousands of dollars worth of value that you would get otherwise. But it does give you the power to like switch between models in an easier way, which I find pretty valuable. I think you can do the same thing through like Bedrock, right, from Amazon and some other things too, which is also worth considering. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of this stuff, there's no like one answer. There's no like one size fits all. But I am currently really fucking liking the Olama subscription. Like, I do a $20 Codex. I do a $20 Olama. I think I'm still paying for Gemini, which I need to cancel. And then I'm still paying for Minimax, which I'll probably keep going, even though I could get most of that usage from Olama instead. Right? They got Minimax M3. But I'd have to like upgrade my Olama subscription to the $100 plan versus just paying an extra $20 to Minimax. And I like to support Minimax. I've gotten so much good value from Minimax, like 2.5 and 2.7. Like, man, yeah. I like supporting these like more open models for sure. But I like the Olama subscription because I can like switch between them to try shit. So as like new good open weight models come out, Olama is the way I typically consume them. I know OpenCode Go is a thing, but I burn my OpenCode Go subscriptions really quick to where it's just not worth paying anymore. And I am, besides Minimax, I'm really averse to like going straight through to one of those open weight providers. Like I paid for Mimo for their $20 plan, and we burnt that usage, the entire month's usage, in 3 days. So like, yeah, I refuse to use a model that has like a monthly limit, or not a model, but a subscription that has a monthly limit, and OpenCode Go has a monthly limit. Just give me a session and weekly limit, and we'll call it good. If you're going to give me a monthly limit, I'm going to run through a monthly limit real quick. The $100 Codex plan or ChatGPT or whatever, I get it. I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know. I like being able to just do like $20 at a bunch of different providers. I find a lot of value in that because I get to try a bunch of shit, you know? And it's not like, dude, it's not like the $100 a month would be breaking the bank. But I don't like being vendor locked. I'm really anti vendor lock. But yeah, at your employer, people are burning through their monthly allowance in days. Yikes. Well, hold on. Monthly allowance. That means they're probably going like Claude, right? Because I'm almost positive you can use the ChatGPT license commercially, but it's against TOS to do that at a company with Claude, right? Good job, Nightbot. Yeah, Copilot, dude. It's funny how Copilot completely like burned their entire customer base. Like it used to be a great value and now it's just shit. Like, dude, you're burning money if you're using Copilot still. There are so many better subscriptions you could be doing. But the problem is, companies being cheap, you're getting $16 of tokens a month. Wait, what? That's a couple prompts. Like, and you're done. What the fuck? Dude, huh. Huh. All right, so medium to low. Always test coverage gaps. I mean, honestly, like a lot of these are meh. I'm not that worried about them. Yeah, honestly, nah, we're good. We don't even need that. We're set. No, I'm not burning tokens on that shit. Why would I do that when Google gives us free tokens with just a search? Why would I do that? Nah, man. And they've massively improved it. It's no longer oh, is your cheese not sticking to your pizza? Add glue. Right? Like, dude, right? Shit. Right? Google's AI has gotten pretty good, at least for like things that are easily like searchable. It's not bad. I mean, as long as you're not paying for tokens, right? I think y'all remember when I showed Gemini 3.5 Flash and how it was like 3 to 4 times as expensive as Opus and ChatGPT or and GPT 5.5 or at least 5.4. I forget which one was out at the time. Right? Gemini 3.5 Flash is cheap on paper, but in usage, it burns fucking tokens. So in general, like, nah, man, if you're paying for tokens, Gemini is actually the worst fucking model. All of them, right? Pro and Flash, like 3.1 Flash and 3.0 Flash Lite, I think, they're actually not bad. They're pretty solid. But 3.5 Flash fucking sucks. 3.1 Pro fucking sucks. Recipe advice from Billy Madison's first grade teacher? Wait, which one's his first grade teacher? Is that the hot one? The one that played Sonya in the movie? Oh, the glue eater. The glue eater. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, the frou-frou like hippie chick. Oh, Billy, go out and play in recess. Yeah, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Damn, CF Builds. You're a big movie buff too, huh? I think we're gonna get along. I think we're really gonna get along. If you're a big fan of movies, especially 90s films, you're probably going to catch the fact that half of the things that come out of my mouth are movie references. All right, so hold on. Just part of a generation of people quoting movies? Oh no, it's a family thing for me. My parents are big movie quoters too. Like my parents would constantly like reference all sorts of shit. Like no shit, did that neighbor move out? Dude, that apartment's like fully empty and they left the light on. Huh. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, my parents would constantly quote like various things, like my cousin Vinny. They would quote things wrong a lot of the time, right? Instead of it's an industry term, they would say it's a technical term. That's not the line, but whatever. It makes sense. But then they would also like they would heavily quote like Caddyshack, right? Like big hitter the llama, right? Like they would quote that bit, right? Gunga la gungla. No, sorry. Gunga la gunga. Right? They would even like make sure that they did the correction that's part of the quote. Yeah, my parents are big movie quoters. And my dad, like me, my dad, and my older brother also have a fun game of like, guess that voice actor on that commercial. It's really fun for like car commercials. It's less fun once you recognize that, oh yeah, like it's a campaign. And if you know the company, they tend to reuse the same voice actor for like a series of commercials over like a 6-month period kind of shit. So yeah, like I don't know. You can spot like John Hamm doing Mercedes shit. You can spot fucking trying to think of some of the other good ones. Like it used to be like Michael Douglas did a bunch of them before like the throat thing. What were some other good ones? Matt Damon did a bunch actually at one point. I forget what company Matt Damon did. Ooh, yeah. John Cena's been doing a bunch, or at least like last time I watched TV commercials, John Cena did some for some company. I feel like it was like Kia or something like that, right? Or Honda, maybe? I think it was Honda. But yeah, like guessing voice actors has always been like a popular thing in my family, which is now paying itself forward because like I'll play a game and be like, wait a minute, is that Matthew Mercer? That's Matthew Mercer. Then I'll go look it up and it's like, yep, that was Matthew Mercer. But yeah, my dad's always been like a big movie buff. His dad ran like the biggest chain of drive-in movie theaters in the entire Southwest. Right? So like Texas to Arizona to even like Southern California. I never saw a dime of that money, which I don't want or need. I don't give a shit. But it's still just, I don't know. It's kind of fun. So yeah, my dad grew up somewhat rich in like Albuquerque and Texas. Me? Nah. I mean, not rich, but firmly middle class, which was nice. Like, my parents are such big movie buffs. I saw the film Amazon Women on the Moon way too fucking young. Like, way too fucking young. I saw a Kentucky Fried Movie, and for the longest time, I didn't understand why Enter the Dragon wasn't as funny as I remembered it. Oh, it's because I remembered the fucking Enter the Dragon spoof from Kentucky Fried Movie. I've watched Enter the Dragon multiple times as a teenager and just been like, wait, I remember laughing my ass off at this movie. Why is it not funny anymore? Because I remember the Kentucky Fried Movie version. I mean, dude, yeah, my parents are the best. I fucking love them. All right, so we do want to like fix this. Where is it? Hold up. We want to. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here it is. See? I can find the tabs I need. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But we want to make sure this like CTA is actually accurate and valuable. So we've done a pivot. It's not about updates anymore. It's about analysis. Right? You, as a viewer and a user of this site, can totally fucking just use the site. Right? Reach your own conclusions, etc. But this is a top of funnel thing for GitKraken. We want to make it to where like there's an email gate and you're going to join the list, but it's not about receiving updates. It's just about getting our first analysis. And then as we do other analyses, then maybe we could prompt people for getting the updates or like, you know, like technically you signed up. But yeah. I don't know. It's my job. It's tough being a fucking 90s kid that listened to Tool and Bill Hicks and now being a part of the fucking marketing department. It's actually a little tough. Ooh, oh, that's Chris. He's going for the anti-marketing dollar. No, I'm not doing that. I'm literally talking shit on marketing. Take it easy. But also, the people in marketing are nice. At my company, at least. You know? But yes, I have a massive anti-marketing bias. And I've had to really, like, come to terms with that a little bit. Being under the marketing department. Oh, yeah, for sure. Unforge. My mom helped write number portability for the 1-800 system. I don't think she did it solo, obviously, because, like, teams exist and all that shit. And my dad designed SMS 800. And we even had someone in here yesterday, I think, or maybe a few days ago, I think it was yesterday, that talked about the fact that they learned about SMS 800 in their first year of like engineering for telecom shit. Like back in 2012, I guess SMS 800 is still a thing. So yeah, or at least like, you know, something they teach. So yeah, my dad designed the SMS 800 like hardware system. My mom wrote number portability for the 1-800 system. They were both in telecom. You know, they had a company called Teleconsultants. I think that company got sued into the ground by Ross Perot. And then they pivoted and created ProCubed and Utilect. When I tell the story about how my dad defended himself against Belcore, he had actually tried it before and defended himself against fucking Ross Perot, and he lost that one. But at least he had the practice, you know? So yeah, whenever someone does threaten to sue me, which is rare, but it has happened, I actually kind of relish the idea that I might be able to defend myself in court just like my father did. And hopefully I win. He was 50-50. I feel like, you know, I could win the first one. And yes, speaking of movie quotes, there is that quote from Addams Family, and my parents quote that one all the time. They say, "A man who represents himself in court has a fool for a client. Well, today, I am that fool." For sure. For sure. Well, isn't he a lady killer? Acquitted. Like, dude, there's so many good Addams Family quotes, too. I'll be the victim all your life. These are all quotes my parents quote, too, for sure. It's that kind of family. Yeah, I fucking love it. I love my family. They're so good. They're the best. Hey, what's up? 690. How you doing? Your Honor, please bear with me while I install my lawyer skill on my agent. Nah, man. Nah, my dad did that shit legit, and I'd do the same thing. I'd do the same damn thing. I'm pretty sure people were talking shit, but while I was growing up, a lot of people said, "Damn, you'd make a good lawyer." I think that was them talking shit, but I don't think they're wrong. I don't think they're wrong. Hold on, let's skip that song. Have I checked out Odysseus? Nah. I mean, I'll watch it eventually, maybe when it makes it to like Tubi or some shit. Or I'll watch it on a flight or something. I don't know. Will I object when someone uses decimate incorrectly? Yes. Oh, I thought you were talking about the movie. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the movie, unfortunately. Yeah, no, I'll probably, I don't know, it'll be a long time before I watch that movie. But Odysseus the AI system? I had not even heard of that. I know that he's like been getting into tech. Free open source self-hosted AI workspace. What's the value in this versus just like LM Studios chat directly? Oh, it's like an open claw thing. Okay. If it was just chat, like, dude, LM Studio has that built in. Why the fuck would I use his thing? But okay, I get it. It's for like the autonomous kind of things. Honestly, I haven't looked at it. That sounds pretty useful, in my opinion, especially if it's like sandboxed in the right way. I might actually give it a shot. I could see it having value, for sure. God, I can smell the rice cooking right now. Oh, it smells so good. Dude, the rice smells so fucking good. God, yeah, freshly cooking rice. Like, it almost smells like there's like salt and butter in it, but it's just the rice itself, man. Oh, it smells so good. Yeah, no worries, CF builds. We'll see you again soon, right? Right? Yeah, no worries if not. Don't feel bad. But come on, tomorrow's my birthday. You gotta show up tomorrow. Right? Come on. But nah, it's fine, man. Do whatever you want. You don't even have to show up tomorrow. I'm just having fun. Damn right. Damn, dude, this is your first time even being here. And you just slot it right on in, man. Hell yeah, dude. Appreciate you. See you again soon. Dude. I hate the fact that you kind of gotta do the stupid fucking face. Dude, when people ask why haven't I made a YouTube video, because I cringe so fucking hard when it comes to making my own like thumbnails and shit. Like I might die of cringe at the next fucking like YouTube thumbnail I gotta make. Cause you have to fucking do it. I fucking hate it so much, man. Now, here's the thing. I don't need to be successful. I can go against it. But here's the problem. I'm so good at making goofy faces. Right? Like, dude. Dude, I could make so many fucking goofy faces. Like, it's almost like wasting a talent if I don't do the goofy faces for a thumbnail. You know, like, I, like, You know, like, could you imagine, like, Leonardo da Vinci decided he just didn't want to paint because, these other painters fucking suck. Like, you know, like, oh, come on, man. Take it easy. And no, keep in mind, I didn't intentionally compare myself to Leonardo da Vinci. But I might be the Da Vinci of goofy fucking faces, all right? Dude, shit. Maybe not Da Vinci. Maybe like, I don't know. Some other artist. Fuck it. And yeah, I know, like, the Primogen, Theo, they all do those stupid fucking faces too. Because you have to. You just have to at this point. I don't have to like it. You still kind of got to play the game. It just bums me out. That's all. Dude, this feels fully fucking vibe coded. This is 1000% vibe coded. Here's the thing. PewDiePie, like, pivoting to this shit is awesome, actually. It's really fucking cool. Like, his fucking Minecraft and whatever other content he used to make is full-on brain rot. The fact that he's pivoting to actually, like, doing shit, that's actually cool. That's really fucking cool, actually. It doesn't excuse him for basically corrupting an entire fucking generation brain rot-wise. But at least he's matured. You know? His audience didn't, but at least he did. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. And I think you meant expect instead of accept, but honestly, it's the same characters. It's the same, like, first and last letter. So, like, dude, I think most people would read the word you meant anyway. So, touche. I don't think I actually, like, recognize that expect and accept are the exact same letters. That kind of just wrinkled my brain a little bit. But I'm not expecting it to be professionally developed. I just think, I don't know. I'm a little sick of celebrities fucking LARPing as engineers. You know? Like fucking Mila Jovovich. And the whole Mem Palace thing. Like, I'm really sick of celebrities LARPing as engineers. Like fucking Edward Norton and his fucking, like, startup. The one that he's funded, that he really is just a fucking figurehead for. He doesn't know what it's like to sit in a fucking board meeting. Come on. There's no way. There's no fucking way, dude. Maybe he does. Maybe he actually does. Maybe that's the thing that he's been doing. He's just been, like, on a bunch of fucking boards as an advisor and investor and all that shit. Maybe. I don't know, dude. It feels like LARPing, in my opinion. But at least, like, he does seem like someone who would throw themselves into something like that, right? Like right? As much of like a control freak as he is, it does actually seem like something he'd do. Just even to like diversify his investments and shit. It makes sense. It's just, I don't know. I'm really skeptical of like celebrities LARPing as engineers. That's a me problem, right? That's a me problem. Because there's nothing that like disqualifies them as being able to have opinions about how business should work and shit. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's a me problem. I always circle back to the mentality that like Bill Hicks gave me. Question everything. Think for yourself, question authority. It's it is actually ridiculous to me how many people take that mentality and then opt out of thinking for themselves. They just question the authority that doesn't align with their beliefs. That's not thinking for yourself. You're just picking a worse fucking sheep to follow. Or like you're just being a lemming in like a worse way. Oh, do your own research. You know, I can only sigh so loud. Right? The do your own research people are the people that refuse to do research in a properly objective way. They're not doing research. They're finding things that back up the things they already believe. That's not research. Right? Cherry picking arguments that benefit your fucking worldview is not fucking research. Anyway, yeah, we're in the rant stage of stream right now. I probably do need to get the oven going. Let me at least like get that preheating. They did say 425 degrees for chicken, right? Okay, so Evan is heating up. So real quick. You're so used to Claude Code that you're so lazy to switch to Codex. Is it really a big difference? Or like Codex is 10% better? Because you're sure CC will launch some new model anytime and you'll have to switch back. I mean, Fable is still being gatekept. I don't think Anthropic is capable of releasing a new model anytime soon until that gatekeeping is done. Right? Now, keep in mind, Codex is having the same fucking issue with 5.6. So who gives a shit? Like, really? I don't know, man. My main point is I think what's stopping them from releasing 4.9 and its Fable under the hood? The US government. That's what's stopping them. Theoretically, at least as far as what we're told. Right? Like, they couldn't release a 4.9 if it's just Fable. Like, the US government would prevent that. Theoretically. I actually have a bit of a conspiracy theory around that. I think Fable and some, like, the GPT 5.6 shit, every new model they release requires more and more compute. They cannot release things that take more and more compute because they're already massively constrained by the amount of compute they have available. Right? I think, like, conspiracy theory, for sure, tinfoil hat, aluminum foil, whatever, right? I think a lot of this shit is them begging the government to actually, like, gate this shit because they don't have the capacity to release this shit to the broad public. I don't think they do. At all. They do not have the compute. Right? Anthropic had to make a fucking deal with Grok just to get enough compute to, like, entertain fucking retail. You know? I think every single new model they release requires more and more compute, and their capacity isn't growing enough to compensate for it. Tinfoil hat. But it sounds right, doesn't it? Like, dude, they're all fucking bullshit artists. And they also know that the most money they'll ever make is from enterprise, not retail. They are incentivized to gatekeep the best models and then gaslight enterprise into paying for it. Right? Yeah, they're giving easily 40K of compute per month for $100. Like, that, it's just untenable, right? They're all realizing that they cannot continue to subsidize this shit. But if they just simply said, all right, subscriptions are done, they would bleed money because none of them are profitable anyway, right? None of them are all, like, profitable at the moment. They've already burnt so much money training their current, like, and next generation models that they're in the hole. The only possible way they can make that money back is charging a premium to enterprise. Again, it's just a theory. I could be totally wrong. But it makes a lot of fucking sense, right? Like, they can't keep subsidizing these plans. They're going to have to figure out some way to wean us off or at least like introduce less and less usage over time for the same subscription, right? But they've been subsidizing so long that they can't just rip that Band-Aid off. They would bleed customers. They would bleed customers to models like GLM, which can compete at like a dollars per tokens value and like a compute level, right? I think they're scared shitless by the open models like GLM 5.2. Now, keep in mind, we've seen GLM 5.2 fail out in a spectacular fashion twice today in a way that we've never seen Claude or GPT 5.5 do so, which is interesting, right? If you're not aware, I can share the tweet, at least. I don't know. Do you prefer Twitter or Blue Sky? Let me know. Or LinkedIn. No one prefers LinkedIn. No one prefers LinkedIn. It's fine. No, let me point out, GLM 5.2 is massively fucking capable. But also, you will still run into this kind of bullshit, right? Now, here's the thing. We've been using 5.2 since it came out. And this is, like, today was the first time we've seen anything like this. But we saw it twice already. That's fucking weird, dude. That's fucking weird. But yes, it has massive potential, and it's actually really fucking good, dude. But also, there are certain cases where you still want something just better, right? It's more expensive than mainstream models. You heard on X it is. Per token, no. But does it burn more tokens to do the thing? And that's where we complain about like 3.5 Flash and 3.1 Pro. 3.1 Pro and 3.5 Flash from Gemini are technically on paper cheaper per million tokens, right? But they burn tokens at like a 10x rate. And because of that 10x, yeah, like their price isn't 10 times cheaper. So they actually end up being more expensive to run. I don't have the numbers to back up GLM yet, just simply because we're still iterating on our tests for GitBench. But this stuff will be massively run and tested over the weekend and published and doing the thing, right? Ooh, so hold on, Zarak. I just want to say almost nothing beats Google as far as like their corpus of data. Like Google's models have such a massively larger training set because they've been crawling the internet for way fucking longer. Like way fucking longer. They still have a disconnect on the parts of the model that are not the training set. No, and I get it, Zarak. Like, it makes sense. But the training data is only a small portion, or like a non-majority portion of what makes a model, right? Google has the absolute best training set. For sure. They've been crawling the internet since before Sam Altman even realized he wanted to be a programmer, you know? Programmer is being generous, right? Before Sam Altman became a fucking shill and figurehead for Y Combinator bullshit, right? right? Google has been crawling the internet and creating this corpus of data longer than Aaron Schwartz said, do not trust Sam Altman. Where does Claude get its data? Same shit. Like, Claude and Codex just crawled the internet before a lot of these fucking platforms pulled up the ladder behind them. It's just scraping. It's just pure fucking unadulterated scraping. What makes Anthropic and Codex good is not just the training data. It's the people behind how that data gets trained and how they establish the guardrails. And I think Google is playing catch up on a lot of that because a lot of Google's smartest fucking AI engineers got fucking poached by Anthropic and OpenAI. That's actually like the biggest thing there. That's why that works the way it is. Because the smartest fucking people at Google got fucking sniped for $1 million a year fucking contracts. You know? More than $1 million a year. $1 million a year on paper, like just salary, not even including fucking equity. Yeah, the brain drain is actually like the biggest thing that separates these fucking frontier like model providers. So there's a little bit to that lazy in spirit. At a certain point, money can't buy happiness, but most people are miserable because they don't make enough. Right? Money would solve most people's baseline problems to a degree, to a fucking baseline, right? Once you hit the 150K mark, dude, yeah, money isn't going to make you that much happier. Sure. But try telling that to someone who makes 30K a year. Nah, dude, money can absolutely buy them. Let me put it this way. It's not necessarily happiness, it's a lack of stress. Money can buy you the lack of worrying about where your next paycheck comes from. That's amazing. And that is actually the source of most people's stress, living paycheck to paycheck. And honestly, even in tech, right? You get to a point where, yes, yeah, a bigger salary isn't worth it if you work for a soulless company that like fucking grinds you to your fucking bones, you know? If you make enough, you can work in a company that you enjoy working at. But there's a baseline, and everyone has that baseline, and no one can tell you what your baseline is. Once you hit that baseline, more money isn't going to solve anything. But until you hit that baseline, yeah, more money is the number one thing that will change like how your life is conducted. Once you've hit that threshold, then go work at a company that you enjoy working at. Sure. But there's absolutely like a minimum people need to make to not stress about money, right? And yes, money solves that like stress problem. And stress is the biggest killer of any fucking factor ever, right? Stress causes heart problems, liver problems, blah, 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 right? Stress causes people to drink. Stress causes people to fucking overeat. Stress causes people to fucking work their heart to the bone. And like bone, I mean, there's no bone in the heart. You know what I mean, though, right? There is a baseline that people need to hit. Beyond that, more money will not necessarily make you that much happier. But until you hit that point, yes, money will make you happier. Because it's not about the happiness it buys, it's the lack of stress that it buys. As a snowboard bum, I was living a very stress-free life, but I was also only making like $12K a year. Getting that first tech job lifted so much fucking stress from my life that it's insane. I don't know how to phrase that any better at this point, but I probably could phrase it better if I put more thought into it. And then, hold on, sorry, Zurok, I didn't see that question. Do I prefer to work in a company for 100K or for my startup for 30 to 50K? I could not live on 50K a year. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way I could live on 50K a year. My current lifestyle is like a 120K minimum. Like, if I got VC funded, I'd still take a paycheck of 120K a year. But I can fill the void of CEO and CTO. And I think it justifies it. I think Theo has gone on record, even on Twitter, in the past saying he makes 60K a year salary for the company he runs. I don't know if that's changed or any of that, but I remember the tweet that I read that said that. So he said it publicly. This is not some information he's said to me in confidence or whatever. He's totally like said that online before. As his salary for Ping.gg, 3 years ago, he was making 60K. I could not live on 60K a year. I don't think he could live on 60K a year in the SF area. And that's why he started YouTube streaming, you know? Technically, he probably could make it work because he has roommates. I'm 42. I could not live with roommates. Nah, man. I've been living single and solo for far too long. There's no fucking way I could have roommates at this point. Nah, there's no way, dude. Now, if I did the YC thing and I needed to like live in SF, well, I could do roommates for a couple months. Sure, right? For 3 months for like the YC like cohort. Yeah, dude, I could live with roommates for 3 months. Sure. No problem. But for multiple years, fuck that. Like, fuck that, dude. There's no way. Nah, not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Man, CF Builds, you remember that quote, right? And no, I'm not quoting G.W. Bush Sr. I'm quoting fucking Dana Carvey quoting G.W. Bush Sr., right? Damn right. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. I was too young to even remember G.W. Sr. saying that. I absolutely remember the fucking Saturday Night Live bit. Shit. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Read my lips. No new taxes. That was a lie. Like, dude, I do remember George W. Bush Sr. or, sorry, G.H. Bush, right? Herbert G.H.W.? I forget. Whatever. Bush Sr., I do remember him saying that line for some reason, right? Read my lips. No new taxes. What a fucking lie. Like, I can't understand why Republicans keep getting lied to like that. And they're still actually like a part of the party. That shit blows my mind. They've been lying to y'all for fucking 30 plus years, 40 years, maybe even 50. And you still haven't caught on? Huh. Huh. Anyway, music time. Should we hop over to like YouTube? I can't believe I've been drinking whiskey since like 4:30, and I'm not even shit-faced yet. This is weird. think my liver's been like preparing for this, actually. Like, oh yeah, we know a birthday's coming. Come on. We've been training for this our entire year. We've been training for this since fucking New Year's. That's at least how I think my liver talks. I think my liver probably talks with like a New Jersey accent, though. Yeah, we're doing the YouTube thing. Anyone that has a YouTube music preference, you can shout it out. Doesn't mean I'll play it, but I'll consider it. Dude, I'd see this band in concert. To be running from the devil. And I'm up another level. Feels good for the first time in a long time now. All right, let's keep going. Let's do some more shit. And yeah, I'm doing a little bit of caveman coding. What's in store? But I think I won. I do really like this song. And they do a bunch of good shit. Yeah, Sir Sly, like at least their early shit. I feel like I heard some of their later shit and I wasn't a fan. But this shit's great. What a wonderful feeling. As I'm taking flight. Oh no, this is Shadcn shit for sure. We do have a design system though. So technically, our designer, or at least the one who's on our marketing department, he's fucking good. He's really good. He provided a markdown file to generate this shit, but we are totally using Shadcn for various things. We like, you know. It's fully vibed. There's a bunch of like global styles that fucking suck and should have been Tailwind or whatever. I hate the fact that we're like mixing and matching like global styles and Shadcn, but it's not worth caring that much. But yeah, no, GitKraken does have a design system. We call it Celestial. I'm a little bummed actually on like some of the bullshit of it, right? Like, dude, the fucking circular gradient in the corner kind of bullshit. It turns out that's actually in our design system. Okay, whatever. But yeah, I get it, Zarok. Yeah, yeah. And also, like, I don't know, man. Yeah. A lot of this project is not worth heavy effort. Like, dude, just seeing this fucking, like, thing, right? Where you get the line on the side and then the highlight. Like, yeah, that's fully fucking vibe driven, right? I almost want to remove that fucking left border and just have, like, the background color. Yeah, I think that's the move. I think you're probably right. It's just so obviously fucking vibe driven. There's so much more that sucks though. Like, please go click around, right? Check it out. Tell me the things you hate. Like, you're not gonna offend me. Just don't be a dick about it, right? Our today command totally has the link, right? Let me know what I should do better. And then hold on, CF Builds, are you still out there? Dude, that the whiskey will flow like the salmon of Capistrano. You gotta recognize that quote, right? It's a little like adulterated, sure, right? Technically the quote's where the water flows like wine and the women flock like the salmon of Capistrano. But I adapted it. I think the quote still works. Anyone that recognizes the reference, I think we see each other, right? The ick. Yeah, no, I get it, man. And honestly, like, that's not part of our design system. That was just the fucking clanker. That was the clanker. Fucking clanker. We did fix something, like, mobile-wise. We still do have the fucking thing on the sidebar. You're not wrong. We should get rid of it. Yeah, touche, touche. Let's do it. That's an easy enough fix. Fuck it. No, and I get it. Yeah, it's fine, Zarok. Don't feel bad about it. I think you're well within your rights. I would not complain about that at all. Like, nah, dude, you're good, man. Ooh, this is that band Sir Sly again, dude. This song's super fucking poppy, but I actually really like it. Tell me what is my weakness. Circle to sort it out. Put my foot in my mouth. My medicine stopped working for my sick soul. Yeah, I can't sing, but you know what I mean. All right, so let's fix that bullshit. Let's find it. Where's our fucking layout? It's not in pages. It's not in lib. I wonder what the world would say. Politically deft, but we're in deep shit. All right, so this is a thing that's totally in like the global styles. Dude, our global styling's too much, dude. This is bad for a fucking Tailwind project. Dude, AI is really bad about like styling shit. Dude, it's really fucking bad, dude. It's fucking gross. Yeah, dude, AI is really bad about understanding, like, no, don't create a fucking abstraction CSS wise. Like, dude, just turn this into fucking styling, man. Just like use Tailwind. What the fuck, dude? But yeah, you know. It is 11 o'clock at night, so hold on. Here we go. This is CM Griffing After Dark. Y'all ready for these sweet, sexy, swinging sounds of low volume CM Griffing? This might be raising some hairs on the back of your neck. Might be making you feel feelings that you weren't aware you had. And that's okay. Just real quick though, preempting ACM. Take it easy. Boom. Nailed it. I think we're good, right? Maybe. Nope, not done yet. Ooh, this song's also good by Sir Sly. Dude, they got more songs than I even remember. And voila, there we go. Less vibed nonsense. We got rid of the fucking left sidebar. You're welcome. And we caveman coded it. Big brain. How many tokens do you think people would have burnt just to fix that? I must have used Fable for that. You're right. I'm basically a government entity that's been granted access to Fable, and I'm just like hiding it behind my usage so that y'all don't figure it out. So now, FBI, there's a turd in the punch bowl. Yes, that's a South Park reference. Duh. Yeah, exactly. Like, it is funny to me that people feel like their like skills are atrophying. Like, are you not reading the code that gets generated? How are your skills atrophying that bad? You still use them when you read the code, right? Right? All right, so we're gonna let the music burn. I do need to get some chicken into the oven. I should probably coat that chicken after drying it with some avocado oil. And then wrap the shit in fucking foil while it cooks for the first 10 minutes or so. But yeah, teriyaki chicken for dinner. Damn right. BRB though. Sorry about that. And I'm back. So yeah, the chicken is cooking. It's about, like, we're 12 minutes away from needing to remove the cover and then, let it cook properly in the oven for the next, 8 to 10 minutes. And then, yeah. Well, no. Hold on, Zarok. You still want to use a subscription, right? But open models competing with Fable, Mythos, etc. is a win-win for fucking everybody. You don't need to locally host an open model. They just need to exist to keep the other fucking companies in check. Yeah, you're not going to run GLM 5.2 on a fucking local home server in a way that makes sense. Like, you could quantize the fuck out of it, sure. But that's not the goal. The goal is just to keep the charlatans honest. No, it's not even an illusion of choice. You can use GLM 5.2 in the cloud right now. It's not an illusion of choice. You have that choice. And you can use it, and it's actually pretty fucking good. Is it perfect? No. Does it get into some weird state where it just shows us way too many fucking exclamation points? Sure. It's still fucking awesome for the value it provides. I'm not looking for perfect. Perfect is the enemy of good. GLM 5.2, I think, is already responsible for making OpenAI and Anthropic sweat. Right? They are fucking sweating. And that's why they're pushing so hard for regulation. Because they've already, they're trying to pull the ladder up behind them. Open models, you don't need to host them locally, they just need to exist. That's a separate thing. That's fully a separate thing. Yeah, for sure. Right? And I almost think, dude, some of the fucking, frontier providers like Google, Anthropic, OpenAI are actually, incentivized to make you think, dude, you're not going to host these things locally. They don't have to be hosted locally. They just need to give these other fucking companies a run for their money to keep them honest. So yeah, a lot of people see the OSS provider thing and think well, that's gotta be for the self-hosting thing. No, I don't give a fuck about self-hosting this shit. I just want other companies to be in the same space and keep the charlatans honest. I don't trust Dario, and I don't trust Sam Altman. I only trust him as far as I can throw him, and with my bad shoulder, I shouldn't be throwing anybody. Yes, that was a fucking Ferris Bueller's reference. I only trust Ferris as far as I can throw him. Ooh, and Ed, with your bad D, you shouldn't be throwing anybody. Now, keep in mind, if any of these companies want to give me a $300K per year salary to shill their shit, I can be bought. I could be bought. I got principles, but daddy's got to eat. Speaking back from the mic, Maybe. I think I want to get right up in your grill. Nah, man. I just need to, like, stop yelling and peeking. Right? So now I think we're good. As long as I don't peek, I think we're set, right? Yeah. This is ASMR Griffing. Oh, I yelled. Sorry, I was too loud. I am ASMR Griffing right here in your eardrums. But no, yeah, the entire reason I have the mic this low is because I gotta be quiet for my neighbors. Hopefully, I can move into a fucking apartment in Seattle that I don't have to worry about this shit anymore. But we're not there yet. And I have a close friend. I could be their neighbor. Except their neighbors are trying to charge 35 hundo a month for less square footage than I already get. No, it's because I got the windows open. But we're in like a quiet enough area here in Redmond that like the window open is a separate thing, right? But if I move into an apartment where everyone has air conditioning, their windows wouldn't be open and I can stream and talk late, no big deal. So yes, I am massively considering other apartments. The one that I really, really actually want to move into, they're just like, dude, they're $300 more per month than the place I'm at right now. And I'm almost positive I could actually I could find other places with more square footage for less. But the place is nice and it would be a loft, meaning that I could stream from like the middle floor without neighbors even giving a shit. And it's got AC. I don't know. I'm not sure. It would be cool to be neighbors with a friend. I haven't done shit like that since I was a fucking snowboard bum. Yeah, no, it's purely about the open window, and my neighbors have open windows too. Shit. Alright, so yeah, this plate's across the way. Maybe I was wrong, it just looks empty. But the light did get turned out, which is interesting. Dude, this is a cool music video too. Yeah, this band's good. This is a band I'd go see in concert, even though like most of their shit's a little too poppy for me. This song's good as fuck though. Their interpretive dance shit is a little much for me, but yeah, I'd still go see the show. Oh, there's at least one neighbor smoking some weed right now. Don't tempt me with a good time. Yeah, damn right. Yeah, how's everyone doing? We are 27 minutes from my birthday. I'm gonna play some games tonight. Let me check the Keef situation in this weed grinder. I believe I just booked a ticket to the moon. And what up, Star? How you doing? Hold on. Someone do the phrase to the moon. I'd do it, but I'm busy. Give me a sec. Take it easy, ACN. Come on, someone do it to the moon. I'll do it if I have to, but come on. I will turn this car around. Ooh. Oven just hit temp. I guess I gotta do the to the moon. To the moon. Hold on. I can't redeem the ticket yet. You're damn right. It's fine. You didn't know. It's okay. BRB though. Right, and back. Take it easy. But yeah, I could play some games later. Depends on how early I want to wake up tomorrow. Which is basically not early. I really like the band The Idols. I fucking love their recent pivot. They're not just a punk band anymore. This is fucking trip hop. This is fucking straight up trip hop at this point. Yeah, this is straight up trip hop. This is something like Tricky could have made. It's fucking awesome. Dude, this dude's mutton chops are fucking epic too. Yeah, I do wish I could do some like good facial hair. But whatever. Grass is always greener. Right? Like, who here can grow epic facial hair? You wish you didn't have to shave that shit every day, right? Right? Grass is always greener. Hold on, there's that joke by Daniel Tosh, right? I started straightening my pubes, you know. When you got curly hair, you just want straight hair. Feel like how you want about Daniel Tosh, but he had a really solid stand-up routine. I haven't actually listened to his podcasts. I bet they're really good, actually. Yeah, he seems like one of the comedians that's like, he said shit to be inflammatory, but he's actually like a legitimate human being. Like, oh god, Anthony Jeselnik, right? Dude said terrible things in his routine, but he's actually like a really legitimate human being. Like, he's really fucking cool, actually. I feel like Daniel Tosh is very similar. Oh, that's even cooler. I feel like he has done some celeb shit, though. I'm almost certain I've seen some celebrities on his show. But the fact that he does, like, random shit, right? Just, like, chill, talking to a person kind of shit. That's really fucking cool. he had a Hallmark actor on. Hold on. Dude, that was Kirk Cameron. He was on Step by Step. I'm kidding. I don't know who it was. I don't think, no, it was probably not Kirk Cameron. And I don't even remember what show that dude was on. I don't think it was Step by Step. It was like another one. Anyone remember what show Kirk Cameron was on? It was a throwaway shit family sitcom, right? I don't remember what it was, though. I don't think it was Step by Step. It might have been Step by Step. I don't want to Google Kirk Cameron because I don't want Google to get the wrong impression. But I could Google Step by Step at least. Okay, no. It's not it. This is the one that had Uncle Cody on it. Dude, Uncle Cody's the man. Yeah, dude, Uncle Cody's the man. I don't know about this dude, but Uncle Cody was great. Alright, so yeah, now I don't remember what show Kirk Cameron was on. Oh, Patrick Duffy for a leg. Hi, I'm Patrick Duffy. Dude, that's a South Park throwback. Anyone remember that? It's coming right for us. It's coming right for us. Yeah, they even say he has Patrick Duffy for a leg. Hi, I'm Patrick Duffy. Dude, it's just so good. I fucking love South Park. I don't know about recent South Park, but holy shit, man. So yeah, anyway, moving on. I'm actually just waiting to hear the oven. I want some teriyaki chicken dinner right now. And then we can keep coding. As long as we're quiet. And yeah, just double checking. 2 craze. Right? Is the volume better now? Are we good? No, I'm a little close. I think it's okay. As long as I'm not peaking, I think we're good, yeah. Just let me know. I just realized someone asked if I was in CA. I interpreted that as California. They might have meant Canada. That just now dawned on me. Huh. Oh, hold on. Looks like we got an unban request. We should field it. Just in case, you know. In many ban cases, I'm at least half of the problem. Just saying. Let's see if this person's actually being genuine. I know, it's fucking tough. Oh, and I hear the... Ooh, they're trying to make me burn my chicken. That's it. I think they're still trolling. I forgot. Alright, yeah, we'll do it. Person. I don't want to call him out by name, but person. I totally forgot that you got banned here. I do remember feeling like something was off the first time you chatted in gaming. But I didn't connect the dots. That's on me. I probably would have banned you very quickly, but you know what? Yeah, man. Thank you for that unban request. But yes, chicken's cooking. BRB. Bullshit. That was so loud. Right, we're good. The chicken is not necessarily that appetizing. Goal was to see if oven baked chicken is actually worth it without a bunch of fucking bullshit. I'm not sold. It'd be really nice to have a place where I could have a Let's double check the GitBench stuff. Wait, we had Kepler kicking. That's right. How do I know what's staged or not? I got one more chicken breast in the kitchen, too. Here we go. All right, so I like some of this guy's stuff. The song kind of sucks. It's a little poppy. I guess it's not that bad. Y'all let me know if you hate it. I could skip playing it. But I do have another chicken breast to slice real quick, though. All right. Yeah, we'll say the oven baked chicken it's not the worst. It really doesn't look good. Right? The way like the fat congeals on it and shit. But you know, it tastes fine. Right, you get a little teriyaki sauce on it, you're good to go, man. Dude, I'm so pumped on my rice cooker. I had like a medium, like a mid, like meh one previously. The one I got now is good. What's up there? How you doing? And double platform raid? Wait, did you do the YouTube as well? I think you did last time, right? That shit's amazing. But yeah, what you up to? Let me do the shout out thing. 1 second. I'm sitting here eating some homemade teriyaki. It's fucking good. There we go. So yeah. There we go. And there we go. There's the shoutouts. And yeah, neighbors are sleeping. I mean, it's late. I don't know if they're sleeping, but technically the rules are quiet by 11. So I don't know. Just trying to be respectful. But yeah, the teriyaki chicken, so good. Well, I think you're in the right place then. Yeah, thanks for that, Hyper Game Dev. What were you up to on your stream? More of the branching dialogue thing? I think that's what Nightbot says. Yeah, fuck yeah. Aruka. Number 1, we're working on a solid buzz. And number 2, we have this in our today command. What we're doing. I'm also working on this teriyaki chicken. And we're almost done. I always find it strange when I do a command for someone and they do it themselves immediately after. I'm not trying to make it feel bad. It's just it's a pattern. You're not the only person to have ever done it. No. You should not feel bad about that. It's actually so common, it's weird. That's what I'm getting at. Like, why? Right? Hyper game dev. You get that, right? You do a command, someone runs the command immediately after, as if they're expecting a different output. Right? It's actually so common, it's not that weird. Like, Aruka, don't feel bad about it. I was just wondering, you know? Like, it's so common. I was just wondering why it's so fucking common. That's all. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. Man. Teriyaki chicken's good. Why are we whispering? To respect my neighbors. Oh man. Yeah, I might be going food coma here soon. Oh, that was good. That's really good. One of those moments where like digestion requires actual like mental power. You gotta like focus on digestion. That was good. That was good. All right, so let's keep going. So the main thing is we got some Git cracking shit pumping right. How did we get archived here? Oh, hold on. So, Aruka, did I use a library? No, this was purely vibe coded. No, so like, started building this as a way to test GSD2. Right? Like, I just wanted to try some fucking, spec driven development framework kind of thing. Right? They're just skills. That's all they are. But I wanted to try it, and I did. And this was one of the things we got. And then it started actually like feeling more real as we went, which was interesting. So, yeah. And then, someone at work was like, oh, we should do this as part of our like top of funnel bullshit for the month. Well, okay then. So yeah, whatever. It's just nice that it can be like, a fun little side project like this is now something that like I'm authorized, encouraged, and actually required to work on. Which is fun. It's a good song. The focus of the terminal is a little meh. That's, focus is a hard thing to juggle anyway. Wait, what? Okay, bro. I don't know. If you stream long enough, you get a lot of those low effort questions like that. You got to put it in the rules so that you at least cut down on part of it. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of like really low effort questions out there, so we try and nip them in the bud via the channel rules, but you'd be surprised how many people don't even read those things. Yeah, exactly. All right, so where are we at? Yeah, this thing we committed it. We're gonna leave. No, we're not gonna leave those. We're gonna stage all, but this is. Hold on. Okay, so we don't need this right now. I do like how easy it is there to just like create a new session and kill the other. Like, it would have required like a control C and like rerunning the command kind of thing. Here it's just a couple clicks. It's kind of a nice bonus. I like that. All right. Yeah. Common sense just really isn't that common. I got to see these guys last summer. They came to Seattle. They were doing like, just some big old tour and they played at the pier right there in Seattle. It was a good show. Dude's getting old though. He was doing like the old man like two step, if that makes sense. Like that. Like I can't do it. I'm not old enough yet. But dude was totally doing the old man two step. At least he's not as far as doing the fucking lumbago, right? Like Frank Reynolds style. You can't even see my hands, so it doesn't help. You know what I mean, though. Dude, they were a good concert, though. It was fucking awesome. Dude, it was a really good show. The opening band, not so much. I mean, technically, yeah, now it is. I guess we didn't do anything at like the midnight mark. I was too busy noshing on that teriyaki. No. Today. The 27th. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, cheers. Wait, yours, wait, like Sunday? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Well, happy birthday to you too. Hold on. You ever listen to a lot of like Eminem back in the day? Because I'm pretty sure you're also the same sign as me. I don't believe in signs that much, but still, like, there's that Eminem riff that's like, cancerous. When you rap, you wouldn't want to answer this with a battle rap you wrote for cannabis. He uses it like 3 times in some of his like freestyles, and it was in at least one of his songs. I think it's been in like 2 maybe, but yeah. But for some reason, I've always remembered that lyric. Because he's also a Cancer birthday. I don't know what Eminem's actual birthday is, but yeah, I believe he's also a Cancer. Yeah, I'm not sure I believe in the type bullshit, but I get it. There's at least like a lived experience, at least in like modern society, that cancers deal with, where like your birthday is after like the school year, so you never get to celebrate that like as a classroom thing. I feel like there's something that gets missed there, right? That's at least like a shared lived experience that every cancer has, right? So that's got to at least like affect something that's maybe like a commonality. I don't believe in fucking astrology bullshit, but I do think there are certain patterns of like how shit shakes out that does affect us in some way. And maybe that's where all that shit comes from anyway. I don't think the like being a Mercury rising matters. I don't know what the fuck that means, by the way. Mm-hmm. It's just a very separate thing, you know? Like having a summer birthday when school's not in session, I think absolutely affects who we are a little bit, right? Like, I don't think it's only nature, and I don't think it's only nurture. I think it's a combination of things. And there's at least a portion of what makes a cancer of not having your birthday in the school year. I don't believe in stars. I believe in, oh, yeah, societal fucking patterns. Sure. Yeah, I never even got that. I don't know. I'm turning 42. Or I technically, well, I'm not sure what time of day I was born. I think it's like 3 or 4 more hours before like the official time. I don't remember for sure. I could ask my mom. She probably remembers. But yeah, I'm 42. Looked at the inverter. Do you live in a van? Ooh, that's really low. Holy shit. And yeah, even sitting at 12.8 is not great. You want that shit at a full like 14. The reason I made the living in a van joke, I had a solar panel on top of the van I lived in. So I wasn't judging. I totally did that as a snowboard bum for one summer. And then I just sold that shit. Well, no, it peaks at 13.4? That sounds like a shit battery, no offense. You should definitely be having like forklift style batteries that peak at 14.4. Just for longevity. Right? What's the name? It's like a glass something or other. Those batteries are the shit. When I had the solar panels on top of my van, the batteries I got were from fucking forklifts. There's like a warehouse that was shutting down. I got them super fucking cheap. I ended up selling the batteries and the panel the next year for a handsome profit. Like snowboarder bum style. So, right, like I think I got the batteries for like 60 each, and I was able to sell them for like 100 each plus like the panel, which I got free in a way that I probably shouldn't talk that much about. Statute limitations. Take it easy. When you say LifePo, what the fuck is LifePo? I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. Oh, is that it? Lithium iron phosphate? Is that LifePo? Am I misunderstanding? Like, is that what you're talking about? Because mine were some, like, glass something batteries. This is, like, dude, 15, 16, 17 or 18 years ago. That is lifeboat lithium iron phosphate. Got it. Now I understand. Makes sense. I think I had AGM. Yeah, basically AGM batteries, at least for the longest time, were like in every electrical based industrial thing you could find. And yeah, no, I think my watt hours were, I think, lower than what you got, so that's amazing. Actually, I don't remember. I'm not sure. So yeah, I guess they don't last as long. Cannot be deeply discharged safely. So I'm used to these. And when you're talking about your 12.8, like, dude, that's basically a dead battery and you're killing that fucking thing. It's just a bar, right? But I guess with these, I guess you can, like, deeply discharge them and it's fine. And maybe it's even, like, better for it. No. I think your lifeboat shit is better. I think this is way better. I think you're totally nailing it. Yeah, deep discharge safe. Whereas like you're blowing it, like you're killing these batteries if you deep discharge them. So that's what I had. But yeah, this is old news. So yeah, I wasn't even aware of like new battery tech. Haven't even read about it. Didn't even consider it. So basically, that's what the fight for Ukraine's for, right? Because they're sitting on top of a fucking massive cache of lithium. Yeah. At least I heard that. I don't have any source for that content, but I swear I read that somewhere. But it could have been some fucking bot and some bullshit. Anyway, yeah. Wait, what are we doing? I think we're smoking some more weed. But yeah, let's double check. So, what we want to do, and I think I'm going to do it by hand. I'm going to caveman code a little bit of like better stuff for this call to action. We want it to pop, right? So we almost need to give it like a slightly purple background, maybe. $800 of solar. Sure. And what are you using it for? Like living off grid or like mobile? Right? Like, is this a stationary or a mobile thing? No, and okay. So I'm still curious about your answer. No. Like, are you listening? I asked you a quick question. Is this at a home and stationary? Or is this on the go? That's what I'm asking. I'm just curious. Because it's gonna like frame how I phrase this next bit that I'm really like interested and stoked about. Oh, ads. Fucking ads. Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. I forgot about the ads. Touche. My bad. I don't see them. No. You're good. And I'm sure my whispering doesn't help. Yeah, no, you're good. And I totally forgot about ads. So yeah, that too. But so a household. So it wouldn't help you on a day that you didn't regenerate the battery. But have you ever thought about building like a reservoir of water that's covered to prevent evaporation? And overnight, you use the water coming through a pipe into a thing below ground, and it's like gravity fed like power generation, right? So then during the day when you have excess, right? Instead of feeding it to the grid, feed it to this water pump. And then you pump the water back up. And then overnight, it's just trickling and spinning shit. And I think you can do this super cheap, actually. Like, it requires effort to figure out where you're going to put this, what could be above ground that you could, like, pump and use gravity, right? And theoretically, you'd want to make sure you insulate it. It would be smart to be able to, like, open it up when it's raining so it can fill. Right? Just due to evaporation, etc. But there's a lot of, like, just random shit you could do. And, like, getting, like, electric motors that generate electricity. I don't know. Those can be cheap. There's actually electric motors in basically everything we use these days. Anyway, I am very interested in that. And the reason I'm bringing it up, I swear I just saw a thing about China gravity energy generator. And I think they use water. No, that's not it. I think this is it. It stacks blocks to store the wind farm's power, lifting them when the wind blows and dropping them through generators when the grid needs it. No lithium. Right? Just like extra energy. Right? If you can't feed it to the grid, and honestly, paying it back to the grid isn't worth it. No, I'm just saying, bro. You might not have space. I still think it's fucking brilliant. It's so fucking cool. Oh, I almost sipped straight whiskey. That would have been a bad idea. So how about this? How big's your family? How much cardio do they need? Could they be pedaling a bicycle that feeds the batteries at night? Just saying. Damn right. All right, family. Here's family bicycle time. You make it a fun thing, right? We got a show we watch together. You're not allowed to watch the show without us. And while watching it, we all have to be pedaling these bicycles. Where are they connected to? Don't worry about it. I don't know about that. I think you massively overestimate your fucking ability to do so on a consistently long basis. I don't know about that one, man. Do you not remember seeing these things at, like, the science center where it showed the bicycle and the light bulb? That was a 60-watt bulb. And you had to pedal that motherfucker fast. Like, I think you massively overestimate your wattage. No way, dude. That's a 60-watt bulb. Maybe I'm lucky. That was the thing that my mom and my grandparents or actually my mom and my grandmother, our grandfather didn't go. He sat at home watching football, and I get it. But yes, Me, my mom, my brother, and my grandmother would always go to the fucking like science center stuff. Anywhere we were. For sure. Right? Pittsburgh, Washington, whatever. Love that shit. Yeah, but for how long? Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, like a pace you could keep up is probably around like 30 watts. Like, I'm not trying to be mean about it, but I'm just saying realistically, you and the average human being, right? For like a sustained period, like let's just say a half hour. Half hour of cycling, 30 watts. So you and your family, you're getting 120 watt hours out of it. Oh, wait, sorry. Divide it by half. 60 watt hours out of it. It's not amazing, but it's not nothing either. Nothing to shake a stick at. Here's another way. Hold on. The kids can't charge their phone unless they're pedaling for it. There you go. They can't charge their tablet or their phone unless they pedal for it. You're going to have the fittest kids in the world. Or really lazy hippies. It's a 50-50. I guess I don't need my phone then. Okay. Got it. Yeah. I was bullshitting. I was thinking nuclear family style. And by that I mean free labor. Sorry. It's not free. It's just labor. It's definitely not free. Man, I got the burps. Dude, that tasted just like the teriyaki, though. That was so good. Anyway, let's keep going. So, if we want to update that, it's the email CTA right here. I don't know about the icon. We get rid of the icon. Damn, this song's good. And I'll play his other song, the Money Money one. Right? Money in a suitcase and burn it, or whatever. So we're ditching the icon. I almost feel like we could get the icon as a weird ass background image. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna comment this. We're gonna do some like CSS wizard shit here in a second. But let's at least fix the copy. Right? Right. Okay. So instead of updates, it's a good song. I want to hear the other one. No, the Cowboys don't cry. What the fuck? Come on. Oliver Tree Money's. All I gotta do is hit enter. I forgot that part. Suitcase full of cash. Here we go. Here we go. They do like that line. This line. Hey, thanks, man. Oh, yeah, it was good. It was good. I'm still baked. Dude, I really like that song. That's my favorite one of his. Yeah, I live in Washington State. It's legal. Oh, shit, wait. Dude, Tricky's coming to town. Yeah, my phone didn't recognize me because I was doing that face. Tricky's coming to town. Motherfucker. I need to remind myself of that. There we go. Dude, I'm September 30th. TwitchCon, you better not be September 30th. Yeah, right. I'm sure there's some fucking conference. I know, like a. Oh no. Yeah, anyway. There's probably a conference. Yeah, I'd love to see a Tricky show. Alright, so hold on. Yeah, we staged all that. I mean, whatever happened to the states' rights grab? Well, interesting, bro. Alright, sure. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, continuing to use this. So we push. Yeah, the merge story is actually kind of troubling. So real quick, just for context, this tool I'm using is a Git Kraken thing. And we're trying to pivot to be like the merge company, Mergevana. But the merge story for this tool is actually broken right now. Like, how do I actually, like, loop it around? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's something we desperately need to address at this point. But let me get another song going. I wanted to hear just a little more tricky. He's got a few really good songs. The tool is Kepler. But yeah, we need to fix the merge story. We can't claim to be the merge company when the merge story isn't solved in our own fucking products. But I'm being like harsh in my phrasing. Honestly, this is very early, right? It's like public preview. There's so much to fix and we're doing it, right? So it's not to get down on anyone. It's just more like, I don't know, just the disconnect in messaging is interesting. But I'm a little too baked. I don't know how to phrase it better. There's definitely a better way to phrase what I mean. But hold on. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, tricky Ponderosa. Song's good. Wait, hold on. I think I mixed it up. Okay, this is not the song I thought it was. Yeah, I'm good. Man, this is solid. Nah, it's not like the stuff I'm thinking of. Oh, yeah, shit on Max and Quiet. There we go. At least overcome. Yeah. Play overcome after this one. Okay, so we pushed that. I don't think I like this song actually. It's a quiet song. I know I had at least like 2, maybe 3 songs by Tricky on my like snowboarding mix for a while. I don't think this was one of them. College Round the Corner was one for sure. There's another one or two that I'm just forgetting. But yeah, anyway, whatever. Okay, so we still want to try and adjust this. I hate what I've written here. Jeez. Yeah, I really hate the way I'm phrasing this. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, I hate this. What the fuck, man? Code Lyoko. Oh, is that like one of the good ones? That sounds like, yeah, I feel like that's one of the good tricky songs, right? Oh, I think Excess might be another one I liked. I think that's one. Sounds like a tricky song, right? No, never mind. I guess I was wrong. What the fuck is Code Lyoko? No, never mind. Looks like just spam. Anyway, no, there's definitely some like tricky song I'm thinking of. This is it. This is the other one. Dude, this shit's fucking good. You guys are, oh, you're in for a treat if you haven't heard this, in my opinion. The rhymes are kind of shit, but dude, the beat, the vibe. fan of the chorus or whatever this is, but actually, it's been a long time since I've listened to this. It could actually suck. Fuck. Nah, I think it's still alright. We'll see. No, I think it holds up. Alright, yeah, let's keep doing this bullshit. I don't know. I fucking hate it. I think that's as bullshitty as I can get it. Wait, what did I do? Did I accidentally kill VS Code? Oh, I totally did. It's like I'm smoking weed or something, dude. Alright. The forced VS Code update due to the fat fingers. They should make a keyboard for full-figured streamers. Dude, the way he does this polyrhythm, no, it's not like the craziest polyrhythm. It's not some tool shit. And I don't even know if it's a polyrhythm, actually. It's just the piano beat with the fucking, like, the bop. I don't know, man. Yeah, tricky. I'm not a fan of his lyrics, but dude, his producing and his beat making is top fucking notch. Here we go. Here's the third tricky song. I don't remember if I had this on the snowboard mix, but it's a fun one. And it's got the dude from fucking Live. You know what I'm talking about? The band from the '90s, lightning crashes and shit. Just wait. You'll hear him and you'll be like, oh yeah, that's him. Just wait. Again, the lyrics are garbage, but the rest is pretty good. All right, so I don't know. I feel like let's get that popped out. We don't need my blog open. There we go. All right, so how do we feel about the actual website so far? We want to make this pop. So hold on. How do we want to do this? Let's commit what we got. But yeah, what you up to, Element, Mr. Sir? Oh, they used to be scrollable. What the fuck, dude? No, so we let that do his thing. Oh, and yeah, we got rid of those fucking. Yeah, that's right, that's right. I call it like I see it. I forgot. No. How do we want to make that thing pop? I think we just do it with codecs directly, right? Fuck it. Fuck it. So we're going to do this as an OBSX Explorer, actually. Oh, man. I am having to fight every urge in my body to not sing that as loud as I possibly can. I like what you got. Show me what you got. You see, it already fucking gets it. It already knows, dude. Let's do a little more elbow. Bones of You. This is their better song. God, it makes so quiet. Song. It's a good nostalgia song. Is it too on the nose to play this song after it? The person that last song reminded me of shared this with me recently. Not about them, like specifically like how the band wrote it, the last song. I just mean like why I like it. That's all. Oh no, I'm out of whiskey. We can fix it. We have the technology. The drink was dead, but we rebuilt it. Wait, sorry. We didn't yet. But we have the technology. We can rebuild it. That's a joke that a 42-year-old would make, right? I don't know. Here's my question. Would y'all consider this pop? Right? This song? To me, it's like the modern equivalent of Blue Eyed Soul. And I fucking love this part. The bridge is amazing. That arpeggio and the timbre, the fucking synth there is so good. Yeah, that part's fucking dope. I should definitely create some kind of fucking YouTube bot that gives people the link to the song I'm listening to. Right? Just because y'all can't hear it doesn't mean you can't listen along, right? And we could even build maybe like a browser extension that you could use to like load it up automatically. Dude, that'd be fucking cool. And we should build. No, that's a good fucking idea. YouTube Music Sync. That's a good fucking idea, dude. This is actually a genius fucking idea. And anyone that wants to do this, feel free to take the idea. Dude, if I don't have to burn tokens on it, even better. But this is a really good fucking idea for, right? Being able to play music to your audience on Twitch and Twitter and still allow like your YouTube audience to like stay synchronized with the music you listen to without violating the copy strike law bullshit. Oh my god. This is fucking genius. Can I monetize it? No, and I don't want to. We can totally build this in a zero monetization way. Why would we charge something for something that we don't have to charge for? Let me present a piece of evidence A about why Chris will never be a billionaire. I'm okay with it. Alright, yeah, no. I feel good about that. Dude, I think that's a really good thing. I think every single fucking Twitch streamer that streams to YouTube as well, every single one could use that shit. Like, there's a lot of good that could come from something like that. There's definitely some way we can do it. We'd have to make sure it works for people who lurk multiple channels, though. How could they, like, prioritize one over the other? Like, it'd have to be toggles of some kind. Yeah, I don't know. It could be... It's a really tricky user experience problem, actually, to do it the right way. But yeah, what up, Standard? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Oh, I'm doing good. We're staying late. Today, technically the 27th, is my birthday. So we're partying. Yeah. Have you ever listened to much Hot Chip? They got a few songs that are really fun. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll queue up a few more. Alright, so yeah. Yeah, I will say, we're getting baked, aren't we? We're just chilling, drinking the whiskey, hanging out. But, yeah. We really need to think about what else do we need to do here? Let me look at what my boss wrote. Alright, so the summary chart needed summarizing. I think we got there. They did say the scale of the cost per full run needed to do it. Well, I'm sorry. We can't change that. This is fully dynamic. You want it better? Just click off the things that suck I don't know what to tell you. There you go. Now the scale's fine, right? Yeah, so maybe there's something to be said there, right? Like, if it does suck that much, is there a way that we could, like, group these things better? Right? So instead of just a selection, could we have, like, presets? That could be worth it. So it's not bad feedback. I think it's just the wrong exact feedback. I think the problem they're expressing is fully fucking valid. I just think their approach to solving it is wrong. Similar to, right? I think they wanted me to do like the pass flaky fail thing. I got rid of the text, but I did use their numbers because, yeah, their numbers make a lot of sense. For sure. I'm almost thinking we can make this text smaller, but I don't know. And then, as far as other feedback, the what's in it for me, I think we addressed the what's in it for me feedback with this. Right? Why is GitBench valuable? And, like, I'd be happy to wordsmith the title of this section, right? But, like, I think the key is actually break up what we had into these side-by-sides. All right, so hold on. Where are you? This is probably their best song. Yeah, exactly, dude. This is another one of theirs. Yeah, dude. They're that good. Yeah, no worries, man. Dude, this shit's fun. It's really good music. Alright, so. I don't know. I think we're there. I think that get the PDF button should actually be below and left aligned. Yeah. No. You trying to do me? We got one more hot chip song we want to play. Here we go. Yeah, I forgot how good this song is. Wait, we have another reset? Wait, what? We just heard this though. It's a good song. All right, so now what do we listen to? Oh, wait, no, we didn't hear this one yet. Damn, the clinker saw the work I did. Yeah. Preserve it. I'm sorry, Clanker. I did a little work behind your back. Don't be mad. It's okay, GPT of 5-5. I just want to stay fresh. You know? There's nothing wrong with a little manual coding every once in a while. It's healthy. No, what do you mean GPT 5.5? It's just gonna help us spice up the relationship a little bit. Right? By doing a little solo coding, I get ideas. Right? A little variety. A little, spice of life. Damn, how many fucking Astro servers are running right now? I'm not made of money. These clankers spin up dev servers like they grow on trees, man. Music. Ooh. I actually saw this band, Little Dragon. I think they broke up, or at least like singer lady was doing her own thing. That concert was good though, and this song's awesome. This music video's fun too. Dude, this shit's so funky. It's crazy that this is the same band that made like one of the saddest songs I've ever heard. Like, we'll play it like towards the end of stream. It's a good end of stream song. I'm not sure we're wrapping up yet, but just remind me. Play the sad little dragon song. And I wouldn't blame you if you didn't remind me. Oh, I forgot. There's a dude that does some weird contortion shit with his shoulders that make my shoulders hurt every time if I watch this video. I done fucked up. My shoulders hurt now. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Watch the music video, you'll see. I don't recommend it. Alright, so. This shit did some shit, right? Damn. It didn't take any new screenshots. Uh, okay. I see now. It didn't do it because it didn't do it. Alright, so that song's fine. I do really like this song. This song's so fucking good. Damn, it's already 2 a.m. Where does the time go? We should create a better demo organization for this. That's the right move. I don't think we do anything else from here. Like this is feeling more and more like a tomorrow problem. Right? This is definitely a tomorrow problem. We'll let the song finish. Or actually, no. Let's figure out who we go raid. And the song will probably finish before we even figure that out. Sorry, I just saw someone named Alga Bro. Not Algo Bro. Alga Bro. Totally different person. Definitely not him. But it's just. I don't know why that was so funny. I probably could not explain why it's funny to me. I think it's actually algebra, right? Because they're spelling it like algebra. Algebra. That's what it was. Yeah. Instead of algo, bro, it's algebra. But I'm sorry, algebra. All right, so we're gonna go raid. Git show whole merge commit. This is oddly relevant. All right, so we're gonna go raid T2 SDE. And yeah, I'm gonna make sure I follow. He does have followers only on. I always question that, but You know, it's his chat. Whatever. So yeah, we're gonna go right into him. Thank y'all for chilling over on the YouTube and the Twitter. Appreciate you. And yeah, I'll be back here tomorrow. Tomorrow's like the proper birthday. You guys just got like the early birthday tonight. So yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep. That way we can do a proper birthday tomorrow. No, I probably won't be getting any more shit-faced than this. I think we hit the right medium today. I'm really happy with it. We didn't go too crazy. We weren't a jerk about it. I feel good about it. It's like I'm growing up. I'm a real boy. Anyway, let's go. I will bid farewell to the Twitter and YouTube. Cheers. Later.